No. My second husband, no. My third husband, no. My fourth husband, maybe. My lawyer, definitely.
Why is Zsa Zsa Gabor making a list and giving it to MCI? Find out March 18th.
I go to Lens Crafters because with my job, glasses in an hour are not just a convenience, they're a must.
Lens Crafters puts the whole lab right in the store to custom craft your top quality glasses in about an hour. Call Lens Crafters at 1-800-522-LENS.
We're in luck. Did you know sirloin's only 165 calories and round-tip steaks a mere 157? Where would we be without beef? Out of luck, I'd say. Beef. Real food and luck. Wisconsin.
During the course of one 60-minute workout, a body can be depleted of vitamins B6 and C, carbohydrates, and valuable potassium, all of which, it so happens, can be replaced by eating one Chiquita banana. So whatever you put out, put back. Chiquita, quite possibly the world's perfect food.
The war news is changing by the minute, and ABC News will continue to keep you informed on events as they unfold. Already on the schedule is tomorrow morning's military briefing from Saudi Arabia, which will be carried live at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And on tomorrow's Nightline, Ted Koppel will report from the Persian Gulf. One final note, I'm glad Forrest Sawyer corrected me on that flag now flying over the American embassy in Kuwait City. But maybe that Vietnam veteran who carried his buddy's flag as he moves into the city today will get a chance to hoist it yet. That's our report for tonight. I'm Diane Sawyer in New York. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
Nightline is a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source.
America's watching ABC.
It's time to get a cellular phone, but where do you go when everybody wants to sell you one? Hardware stores, discount stores, car stereo stores. It's a cellular jungle out there. Better come to a 9X Cellular Center. Our professionals will set you straight with answers on cellular communications and our selection of quality portable and installed phones. The reassuring fact is, for mobile communications, the answer is 9X.
Mitsubishi 3000 GT was just named Motor Trend's Import Car of the Year. To celebrate, we're offering big savings on other award winners, including Eclipse Turbo, a Motor Trend top 5 2 years in a row. You could save up to $1,500 on any new Eclipse through factory-to-dealer incentives. The award winner is Mitsubishi. The savings winner is you.
Save up to $1,500 at your Tri-State Mitsubishi Motors dealer now.
We live in an ocean of air. Deprive us of it for a moment, and we suffer. Polluted with poisons, and we sicken or die. The American Lung Association has long fought diseases of the lung, like asthma, lung cancer, and emphysema, diseases that destroy our ability to breathe. But it'll take your support to keep our efforts from floundering. Won't you help keep them afloat? It's a matter of life and breath. The American Lung Association.
Be honest. Do you have a favorite child on tomorrow's Oprah?
Great to have you here. Last night we had Bill Cosby. Tonight we are loaded up with... Hold on. Excuse me, I'm right in the middle.
Should be...
What?
Listen.
Listen to what? I don't hear anything.
I know it's been like that all night.
Executive says they expect to see even more growth of foreign investment in American films and film studios in the coming years. But those executives say that won't necessarily be bad and will enable the U.S. to remain the center of film production. Their prediction for the price of a movie ticket by decade's end, as much as $15. Lee Thornton, First Business.
That's it for First Business Wednesday. I'm Barton Eckert. Have a great day and join us again first thing tomorrow for First Business Thursday.
Nothing like the feeling of being right where you belong.
Dial a Mattress. For over 10 years, the easiest way to buy a brand new mattress without leaving home. Just pick up the phone and dial 1-800-MATTRES. You'll get the lowest prices on Sealy Posturepedic, Serta Perfect Sleeper, and Simmons Beauty Rest. You'll get express 2-hour delivery. That's right, 2-hour delivery, and you only pay our driver upon your approval. Dial 1-800-MATTRES and leave off the last S for savings.
Another Castro convertible first. Our exclusive Light Easy Recliner. The Light Easy Recliner is so easy to use. Our patented Just Perfect headrest automatically embraces your neck for the ultimate in reclining comfort. With one hand, you can move your Light and Easy Recliner from place to place, from room to room, with absolutely no effort at all. The first name in convertible furniture is still the finest. Castro Convertibles.
Castro Convertibles.
Colon cancer is very serious, but when detected and treated early, as it was for me, colon cancer has a very high rate of cure. So see your doctor for a routine test, especially if you're over 40. It could save your life. For more information, write the Will Rogers Institute, White Plains, New York.
Miracle drug or prescription for death. Next, Donahue.
In the news, the Kuwaiti flag flies over Kuwait City once again. U.S. commanders say the last pockets of resistance there should be flushed out today. Meantime, what's left of the Iraqi army flees home across the desert with Allied forces in hot pursuit.
This is NBC News at sunrise.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Margaret Larson. Kuwait's flag flies over Kuwait City once again, but the Gulf War goes on. Nearly 7 months after rolling into Kuwait, the Iraqi army is staggering out, put to flight by the forces of the U.S. and its allies. Deborah Roberts joins us now from Tehran with more. Good morning, Deborah.
Good morning, Margaret. It's been something of a rainy morning here in the desert, but you can bet that hasn't dampened the spirits of Kuwaitis. For the first time in more than 6 months, they're in partial control of their country. U.S. allies there are bringing an end to Saddam Hussein's reign of terror. Kuwaiti soldiers celebrate as they begin reclaiming their homeland. One Kuwaiti military official compared Saddam Hussein with Hitler.
We thought that we are not going to see a devil in our life like him. And in fact, his life came again. His soul went into Saddam. So I hope we get rid of him.
Tough words aren't the only insult to Saddam Hussein. This morning, he has lost half his army. Weak and tired thousands have gladly surrendered to Allied soldiers.
They weren't crying that they had to surrender or whatever. They were just more or less relieved to know that they were leaving Iraq.
It was a scene repeated by the thousands as Allied troops plowed deeper into Kuwait and Iraq. Along the way, there were pockets of resistance, but a greater enemy was unrelenting rain. Frontline army soldiers were socked in while waiting for a desert storm to pass. Day 3 of the ground war presented new challenges for the Allies, but commanders say the least of them was enemy resistance. U.S. Marines moving into Kuwait City encountered some resistance. They met gunfire from the Republican Guard around the international airport, but the U.S. command says they quickly gained control. They destroyed reportedly about 500 Iraqi tanks, and they say that the casualties so far have been light. Margaret?
Deborah, thank you. Despite the liberation of Kuwait, there is still a full-scale war going on. In fact, the biggest battle of the Gulf War is being fought this morning in the desert sands of southern Iraq. NBC's James Polk is at the Pentagon with an update. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning. The toughest battle of this war is underway now, not in Kuwait, but behind the lines in Iraq. America now dominates much of the desert in southern Iraq.
We have not taken a portion of Iraqi territory to hold. We are maneuvering on Iraqi territory because our mission was to drive the Iraqi army out of Kuwait.
These paratroopers have leapfrogged all the way to the Euphrates River to block the way back to Baghdad. America's best tanks have swept around behind Iraq's Republican Guards. The U.S. says it battered one elite Iraqi division so badly it's ready to write them off. The battle is still raging against Iraq's top tank division in that area, and so far so good.
the fighting against the Republican Guards hasn't been any stiffer than the fighting against anybody else over there.
Another Iraqi tank division is on the run with no place to go. Bombing raids have knocked out all the bridges. For Saddam Hussein, no way out.
He is not withdrawing. His defeated forces are retreating. He is trying to claim victory in the midst of a rout.
The best news from the battlefield today, U.S. casualties continue to be very, very light. Margaret?
Thanks, Jim. When the word that Iraqi troops were leaving Kuwait reached Baghdad, the mood there was one of relief. Most people thought the war was over. This morning, they know it is not. NBC's Tom Aspell reports from Baghdad.
The news reaching the capital from the battlefront is mixed. According to Radio Baghdad, Iraqi troops are locked in combat against Allied paratroopers in the south of the country and inflicting heavy casualties. The withdrawal from Kuwait, according to the radio, was completed early this morning, and the battle will now be to save Iraq from being overrun by foreign invaders. The radio says Saddam Hussein has been visiting Iraqi troops in the south. It mentions particularly a meeting he had with the commander of one of his armored divisions, now fighting against a mixed force of American, British, and French units. There was one heavy air raid here overnight. The sound of low-flying jets could clearly be heard, and the rumble of bombing from the edges of the city continued for nearly an hour. Iraqi gunners could not have been able to locate targets, though. A thick mist has been covering the city for the last 48 hours. The complete absence of any diplomatic progress aimed at securing a ceasefire is worrying Iraqis. They had pinned their hopes on the Soviet initiative and on help from Moscow in ending the fighting in the south. But today, there's been only silence, and that's cast a feeling of gloom over the city. Tom Aspell, NBC News, Baghdad.
In Jordan, where support for Saddam Hussein is fierce, especially among the Palestinian population, riot police have used clubs to keep demonstrators away from the U.S. Embassy. Saddam's promise of glory has collapsed, leaving many Jordanians stunned, reeling from both the outcome of the war and the economic chaos it has produced. Israeli officials, meantime, are delighted at the progress of the war, but concerned that there may be a dark side to the Allied victory. NBC's John Miller has more.
Israel is waving sticks and carrots. This country, sidelined in a war with a mortal enemy, held Air Force maneuvers today and tank maneuvers yesterday. The message is clear to hostile neighbors. At the same time, some Israeli politicians were saying it may be time to talk again.
In due time, and when it will be possible, we would like very much to renew our peace initiative of May 89.
Before any of this, Israelis expect Saddam Hussein to be dead, either literally or politically.
It must be such a decisive victory and such a defeat for the Iraqis that he will not be able to continue.
Still, some Palestinians here said Saddam Hussein, even in failing spectacularly, may still remain a hero to some.
And the more thoroughly he is defeated, the bigger a symbol he is of defiance to the West.
One Israeli opinion maker wrote today, the only person to get rid of Saddam Hussein at this point is Saddam Hussein himself. And looking at it through hopeful eyes, many here believe he has almost finished that job. John Miller, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
When we come back, the market report and a first check of the weather after this.
Century and more, business travelers have depended on United Airlines to get them to their most important meetings. United, rededicated to giving you the service you deserve. Come fly the friendly skies.
Philly Light. Low cholesterol, less fat. And it isn't just light, it's Philly Light.
Yeah. Let's eat.
Now that's how to eat light.
Stock prices spent another day on the downside yesterday. The Dow Jones Industrials gave up more than 23 points. So looking ahead to today's market day, here is the Wall Street Journal's Tom Herman. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Margaret.
Obviously, the stock market not too sure what to make of the news from the Middle East. What about the overseas markets today?
Well, initially, stock prices opened lower in London, but they turned around because British banks have cut interest rates this morning by 0.5 percentage point. Oil prices are up slightly. They're up about 50 cents a barrel in Europe. But the traders I just spoke to there say look for lower oil prices over the next few weeks.
What else should we watch for?
Well, war news clearly is number one, but also watch the Federal Reserve. A lot of investment managers who missed this big stock market rally this year say the main reason they missed it is they didn't realize the Fed would cut rates as much as it has.
What's their next move from the Fed?
Probably nothing right away. The Federal Reserve sees faint signs that the economy is beginning a slow turnaround. So it's probably going to wait a while longer before stepping on the gas. But most people I talk to say the Fed will cut rates further, probably over the next few months, and probably by at least 0.5 percentage point.
Tom, we'll look for that. Thank you
Okay,
this morning.
Margaret, thank you.
Time for the weather now, and rain in the Middle East hampering efforts there. Good morning, Jim.
Yes, well, it's also been probably a beneficial aspect, too, because of that rain, probably, and the strong, gusty southerly winds deterred the Iraqis from trying to use any chemical warfare. Today, unsettled weather over the southeast, especially the Kuwait area, with a chance of some scattered showers and strong gusty winds with some blowing dust in some of those areas that did not have the rain yesterday. Back here, a few light snow flurries around the Great Lakes in the northeast, but the best news of all for California, the first shot of some beneficial rains. They'll have 1 to 2 inches of rain in the next 24 hours and more rain to follow that. Temperatures in the teens over the northern plains. That is the national weather. Now here's what's happening in your neighborhood.
Good morning, Joe. There are still snow advisories from Poughkeepsie south in the lower Hudson Valley and on eastern Long Island. But the day will wind up being partly sunny with highs in the 30s and lows tonight in the teens and 20s. Much more coming up later. Margaret?
We'll check with you in a few minutes. Thanks, Joe. In sports, a big night for Michael Jordan as the Bulls beat the Celtics. Sports is next after this.
This morning's weather report has been brought to you by rich, delicious mountain-grown Folgers Crystals.
Over 10 years ago in restaurants across America, one instant coffee did something no other instant has ever done.
If this is instant, we just bought ourselves another coffee.
We've never had instant coffee this good.
People who thought they were drinking fresh brewed coffee were secretly switched to Folgers Crystals. Real people, not actors.
I mean, it just tastes like it's been brewed. This would wake me up.
Try it yourself. Write to this address and get a free jar of Folgers Crystals, the only instant that dares to make believers out of fresh brewed coffee drinkers.
I'll drink to that.
Hey, what's that? Oh, that's that new Chevy. It's an APV.
An AP who?
Yeah, it's a code. Top secret. We're talking adjustable composite panels. See that? Zero gravity modular seats.
Oh, yeah?
Resilient mollustic cup polyurea fenders, and it's got this
Chevy Luna APV. A very original way more people are winning with a heartbeat.
biorhythm.
Biorhythm?
Yeah.
Now it's easy to win with a heartbeat.
Dial a Mattress. For over 10 years, the easiest way to buy a brand new mattress without leaving home. Just pick up the phone and dial 1-800-MATTRES. You'll get the lowest prices on Sealy Posturepedic, Perfect Sleeper, and Simmons Beauty Rest. You'll get express 2-hour delivery. That's right, 2-hour delivery, and you only pay our driver upon your approval. Dial 1-800-MATTRES and leave off the last S for savings.
At Toyota North in Mount Kisco, we're dealing. It's a full house, over 250 Toyotas in stock, plus a weather-perfect indoor warehouse to shop in complete comfort. Factory-to-dealer incentives and competitive prices mean you always save money. Choose Westchester County's top-ranked dealer in customer satisfaction, Toyota North in Mount Kisco, where you can pick a car, any car, and come out a winner, hands down.
Now come on into Toyota North.
Sawmill Parkway, Kisco Avenue exit, Mount Kisco.
In sports, the Chicago Bulls continue their charge through the NBA. They won their 10th straight game last night, beating the Boston Celtics 129-99. As usual, it was Michael Jordan filling the highlight reel, scoring a game-high 39 points. In other action, Cleveland defeated Detroit, Milwaukee beat the Heat, New York took Washington in double overtime, and New Jersey routed Indiana. With the score tied and no time left in regulation, Portland's Buck Williams missed a free throw, and the Blazers went on to lose to San Antonio in overtime 102-101. Houston pounded Denver by 30, Minnesota downed Dallas. Seattle was 12 points better than the Clippers, and Orlando stunned Golden State. In college basketball, Syracuse clinched its first Big East regular season title by beating Villanova. That's sports. More news after this.
The ground war changes as Iraq retreats, and today turns to the Gulf. Bryant Gumbel's in New York with Tom Brokaw in Saudi Arabia. Watch today for complete coverage all this week.
All of us at News 4 New York realize these are not the easiest of times, yet we still all have the need to hope and to dream. So we asked for your wishes, and you were great, sending in your letters all month long, wishing for just about everything. Some of you wanted a shot at the big leagues, still others fame and fortune, but many more of you wished for peace. We wish we could grant them all, but we can't. So now's the time to find out whose wishes will come true.
4 Wishes, tonight at 6 and 11 on News 4 New York.
Shape up with the Battle of the Bows Day, Wednesday at 3, Channel 4.
Here are some of the stories we're following this Wednesday morning on NBC News at sunrise. An emotional homecoming in Kuwait as the Kuwaiti flag is raised once again. Fierce fighting in the Iraqi desert. 26 Iraqi divisions are knocked out. And rebel attacks in El Salvador with a shootout in a wealthy neighborhood. Details just ahead. The Kuwaiti flag, as we mentioned, is flying over Kuwait City after months of Iraqi occupation. Now comes the job of rebuilding. Officials have announced plans to spend as much as $800 million just to restore basic services. But as NBC's Mike Jensen reports, the overall cost will be much higher.
The damage in Kuwait is staggering. Civilian homes and shops burned, hotels destroyed, government buildings in ruins. They'll all have to be rebuilt. So will Kuwait's sophisticated and expensive oil facilities. To replace the infrastructure, Kuwait will spend billions, mostly with American companies, some with British, very little with Japan and Germany.
Priority will be given to the Allied forces, since the Kuwaitis are overwhelmingly grateful to the U.S. role.
To assess the damage, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers will go in first, under a $46 million contract with Kuwait. Caterpillar will provide diesel generators. Raytheon air traffic control equipment. Red Adair, the oil well troubleshooter, will take 2 teams in to put out fires. Those are multi-million-dollar contracts. The multi-billion-dollar contracts may go to companies like Halliburton, which built a Kuwait refinery. In all, 42 American companies have made a pitch for Kuwaiti contracts, including Pete Marwick, the big accounting firm, and Hill & Knowlton, a public relations company. With all the death and destruction in Kuwait, nobody is gloating. But Kuwait is opening its pocketbook very wide. Privately, American companies say that's good for them and good for the American economy. Mike Jensen, NBC News, New York.
In the ferocity of war, it is easy to forget that today's battlefield was once the home of some of the world's earliest civilized communities. As Robert Hager reports, history may be the big loser.
Iraq now, and then. Ancient Mesopotamia, site of the Garden of Eden, some believe, and the Tower of Babel. Millennia ago, early civilizations flourished here, built cities such as Babylon and Nineveh, created art, the first writing and codes of law. Now, for 41 days, it's been a land of violence. Robert Adams, head of the Smithsonian in Washington, leader of many archaeological expeditions to Iraq, last week drawing maps at the hurried request of the CIA just before the ground war. Of major concern, the potential path of flanking Allied tanks and possibility for confrontation with retreating Republican Guard. Very near sites of the great ancient cities of Ur, birthplace of Abraham, and Ubaid and Eridu, dotted with early temple foundations and countless buried ruins. In Baghdad, there have been concerns for the city's museum and treasures it holds. And throughout Iraq are ancient tablets still to be translated, all vulnerable to misdirected fire.
The resources that are waiting there to be uncovered and made a part of our historical record are beyond belief. One can only hope that that kind of accident doesn't happen.
Robert Hager, NBC News at the Smithsonian.
We'll have more news. Economist Susan Lee on business and Joe Eddy's weather when we return. Topping our news this morning, the complete liberation of Kuwait may be just a few hours away. Allied forces this morning are rounding up prisoners and crushing remaining pockets of resistance in and around Kuwait City. The city suffered heavy damage during the air campaign and the Iraqi occupation, and the Kuwaitis have greeted liberating Allied forces with hugs and cheers. The Iraqi army is on the run, and some units are running straight into Allied hands. Allied units continue to roll across the desert, in many cases deep inside Iraq, cutting off the fleeing troops. Tens of thousands of Iraqi soldiers have now surrendered, many without putting up a fight. Abandoned Iraqi vehicles and equipment line the roads throughout the desert. NBC's James Polk is at the Pentagon this morning following the very latest developments. Jim, the Iraqi army is taking such a beating. Are they ready to call it quits?
No, Margaret. In fact, what may be the two key battles of this war are going on right now. One in Kuwait, one in Iraq. What appears to be the biggest and perhaps most decisive battle of this war is happening at this moment in southern Iraq. The best tanks that the United States and Britain have are lined up against the top-rated tank division of Iraq's Republican Guard. The Allies do have air superiority with helicopters and tank-killing warplanes, but this battle could be pivotal. And while the Kuwaiti flag is now flying in downtown Kuwait City, they're still fighting at Kuwait's international airport. And the military brass say Iraq's forces are putting up a tough defense, but the Marines have the airport surrounded, and they are closing in, Margaret.
These are desperate engagements for the Iraqis. Any idea of a timetable here?
We still expect this war to be over this week, but that tank battle may go both today and tomorrow.
Jim, thank you. Iraq, of course, is trying to put the best possible face on its military collapse, but Iraq's loyal supporters in neighboring Jordan have been left stunned and embittered. More from Dennis Murphy in Amman.
The morning papers here stuck with the Iraqi line. The Iraqi army withdrawing from Kuwait in an orderly manner after winning a victory over evil. Radio Baghdad today hammered another theme. Cowardly and mean Allied forces were shooting at a retreating army. Jordanians had chosen to believe Iraq's propaganda about Saddam Hussein smashing the Allied military machine.
Don't think that if the Iraqis have pulled out from Kuwait, it is the end of the battle.
Police clubbed demonstrators as they tried to march on the U.S. Embassy Tuesday. Jordanians are stunned at Iraq's collapse, enraged at America, humiliated by another Arab defeat. The government spokesman said this morning the U.S.-led allies were going beyond the UN Security Council resolutions.
Now we know that there are Allied troops on the Iraqi territory, so there is a violation of the integrity of an Arab state.
The people in the street here believe passionately in a fantasy. They were led by their intellectuals and the media to believe that Saddam Hussein would defeat the West and return Israel to the Palestinians. It was a fantasy that shattered like glass. Dennis Murphy, NBC News, Amman.
When we return, economist Susan Lee on the Middle East after the war, and Joe Eddy with a look at the traveler's forecast.
Freedent's the one. Only one gum passes the test when you've got dental work, and that's Freedent. Freedent won't stick to your dental work, so you can be confident chewing it. And because it also moistens your mouth and freshens your breath, Freedent's in a class by itself.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum, and Freedent moistens your mouth. Yeah, moistens your mouth and freshens your breath while you chew.
Non-stick Freedent moistens your mouth and freshens your breath.
road, the Infiniti Q45 becomes a living, breathing thing. You feel it work the wind and seize the road. Feel the embrace of leather and luxury. The rarity of a 278 horsepower V8 engine that was born to run. And begin to understand why Road and Track has named it one of the 10 best cars in the world.
These days, you need all the help you can get.
So come to Color Tile.
DuPont Stainmaster Carpet, just $10.99.
And tile?
Vinyl tile from 49 cents, ceramic tile from 59 cents.
Mini blind.
Buy one, get two free. Color Tile's biggest sale of the year.
Sale ends Sunday.
Kids, this is a cupboard. It used to be for cookies, but now it's full of Del Monte vegetable classics. What's the world coming to?
New Del Monte Vegetable Classics. So easy and delicious. Some people are nervous.
Ever feel too clumsy some mornings to make a pot of coffee? Wake up to Maxwell House filter packs. Coffee blended with Colombian beans. Pre-measured in their own filters. Because better beans do make better coffee. No fumbling, no bumbling. You get a perfect pot every time. Maxwell House filter packs blended with Colombian beans. Because better beans make better coffee.
Today's business report is brought to you by Ramada Hotels, Inns, and Resorts.
An important question: what will the post-war Middle East look like? Economist Susan Lee joins us now, as she does each Wednesday. Good morning, Susan. How are you? Iraq certainly is going to be defeated, no question about that. What does this do to OPEC?
Well, the first thing to remember is OPEC is a cartel. That means they want to restrict supply to keep prices up. So the question really is, what happens to supply? And in the short term, the answer is very easy. Lots and lots and lots of oil. OPEC has managed to make up the production shortfall from the embargo on Iraq and Kuwait. World inventories are very high, and demand is low, and it'll get lower because we're entering spring and summer. So I think what will happen is we'll see the price of oil continue to go down, maybe as low as $10 a barrel by the end of the summer.
That's short term, though. What about the long run?
This is a little dicey. On the supply side, you can expect increases as Kuwait and Iraq start producing again. Also, some countries, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, and Iran, have increased their production capacities, and they're going to be loath to cut back. But on the demand side, demand for OPEC oil will be increasing. The Soviet Union, which is one of the world's largest producers of oil, is experiencing production declines, as is the United States. And, of course, demand will come back here when we start pulling out of our recession.
So we can expect long-term some increases in the price?
Well, it depends a lot on Saudi Arabia, which is going to emerge more powerful and more self-confident after this war. And the Saudi general strategy has always been, because they've got lots of reserves, to produce enough to keep a reasonable price for energy. And there's also a feeling that the Saudis owe us cheap energy for a while. But I have to say that the Saudi idea of cheap energy is about $18, $20 a barrel.
Years and hours may be different.
Yeah.
OPEC ministers are meeting in March. What do you expect?
Well, the same old stuff, which is to say a lot of photo ops, a lot of posturing by all the countries. But I think what's happened is Saudi Arabia is now OPEC. And whatever Saudis decide to do, that will be done. And so I don't think we're going to see any diminution in the quotas at all. I think we'll see lots of production, lower prices.
The Saudis will act, no doubt, with heavy U.S. pressure. Thank you, Susan. Time now to check the travel forecast, and Joe Whitty.
And if you're traveling to Southern California or anywhere in California, take a raincoat and umbrella. Some much-needed rain finally arriving to parts of California. Many parts have not had any rain in the past 5 months. For San Francisco, rain is just off the coast, moving on before dawn. Take a look at the time-lapse. You see a huge storm moving on shore. First, the high clouds. As they swing on shore, back behind are some rain clouds. And then here comes the second system for tomorrow. So a double-bladed storm system. And then we'll have some snows in the mountains by tomorrow night. Travelers will find some possible airport delays, San Francisco and L.A., because of those low clouds and rain clouds. In the northeast, Cleveland, some local lake effect snows causing some airport delays this morning. Other than that,
had another son at the same time, and so you denied the other son.
I'd buy $120 shoes for my one son and take my youngest one to Volume for $9.99 on sale.
How to stop favoritism from destroying your family on the next Oprah Show. Today at 4, followed by Eyewitness News here on Channel 7.
In sports at the Meadowlands, the Nets snapped the Indiana Pacers' 6-game winning streak. The final 129-104. High man for the Nets, Derek Coleman, with 21 points. And Knicks prodigal son Mark Jackson made his return last night as the Knicks beat the Bullets in double overtime thriller. Gerald Wilkins with the three-pointer. Coming up right here, it's downtown bound. The final 112-109, the Knicks' third win in a row. Here's how the weather forecast comes up for us this morning. Clouds will be giving way to partly sunny skies. The high will be near 40 degrees. The winds out of the northwest at 10 miles an hour. Tonight it'll be partly cloudy with a low of around 30. That is our news for now. Please be careful out there. There are slick streets. We'll be back with Eyewitness News this morning at 6:30. Take care.
On the next Live with Regis and Kathy Lee, Linda Evans talks about realizing your dreams, and poof, it's makeover winner number 3.
Today at 9.
Right here on Channel 7. What's a surefire prescription for fun?
Why, Wheel of Fortune, of course. Join me, Vanna White.
And me, Pat Sajak.
Tonight at 7:30.
Right here on Channel 7.
He loved him and left him. Today at 10.
Kuwaiti troops lead the way in a victory parade through Kuwait City. Also, Allied forces go up against Saddam Hussein's Republican Guards inside Iraq. Baghdad Radio is claiming all Iraqi troops are now out of Kuwait. Try telling that to the Marines, who have just pounded Iraqi tanks at Kuwait's international airport.
From ABC News, this is World News This Morning for Wednesday, February 27, 1991. Now, from our world headquarters in New York, Mike Schneider.
Good morning to you. For 7 months, the streets of Kuwait City belonged to Iraq. This morning, that has changed. Kuwaiti soldiers were on top of the world as they led their way into their homeland, into their capital city. Most Iraqi troops apparently either drove out or ran away as the Allied forces approached. ABC's Forrest Sawyer was there for the homecoming, and he joins us now live. Forrest?
Good morning, Mike. It was really a remarkable time as we watched this morning beginning roughly 3 hours ago. Allied troops moving down some of the main streets here, and there were Kuwaitis lined all along, waving Kuwait. And as they watched them move fast in their armored personnel carriers, it was an exuberant crowd wherever you looked. If it was on the APCs, they were waving at the crowd, firing their weapons. On the ground, they were very happy as well. Delighted to see that there were finally troops here to tell them that their city is quite clearly liberated. The Iraqis had picked up and gone away in the middle of the night. Now, they wanted to pass along 2 messages as I talked to them, Mike. One of them was they wanted to thank the United States for what had happened, and the other is they wanted the world to remember what Saddam Hussein had done.
I'd like just to take this opportunity to thank all the American people and to thank Mr. Bush and all the American Army in USA. Thank you.
It's a glorious day. We have been waiting for it for the last 7 months. And we are glad to see you all here, the armies of Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, and we hope more will come. We hope we will be completely liberated again.
Today important, we are all the Kuwaiti, they are feeling heavy, and the Iraqi, they destroyed everything, and we're going to build it again from nothing.
We need to know where they took all the Kuwaitis for the past 2-3 weeks. And
what have they been doing?
Yes, and we don't know which prison.
They
Are they in Kuwait or are they outside?
The boss, Saddam, kill all people in Kuwait. He killed the children, he killed the women, he killed the men, he killed all men. They kill everything.
6, 7. And here is the symbol of the liberation as far as the United States is concerned. Old Glory flying over the Kuwaiti embassy, that embassy that was under siege, remember, for all of those long months. No one's quite sure, at least I'm not quite sure, how that flag got put there. It was not put there by special forces teams that moved in there. Ahmed Al-Wazan is with me. I am actually standing on the roof of his home. He was kind enough to take my group of people in as we were wandering around town late at night before we managed to get ourselves into trouble. And good morning, sir. Good morning. Am I correct in understanding you to say that the United States and the Saudi forces did not know that the Iraqis had picked up and left here until you went to them and told them the city was absolutely free of Iraqis? Yes.
As you can hear, obviously, we are having a little bit of difficulty now getting the audio signal out of Kuwait. It is not an easy technological feat. We will try to reestablish communications with Forrest. I believe we have it back right now. Forrest, if you can hear me, why don't you start over?
Just a moment, Ahmed. Are we back on the air, Mike?
We're back on the air now. We dropped out as you began to interview the gentleman.
All right. We do have these technical problems. I hope you understand that we've got a portable dish here we've been transporting around the desert, and we're doing the best we can.
Absolutely.
Ahmed, I'm sorry. We had a little sound problem. I was asking you if you were the one who informed the United States and Saudi forces that the Iraqis have left.
Yes, I am the one, me and Sheikh Ali Salim Ali Sabah.
What did the United States say about that?
The United States, they were surprised. They thought that the Iraqis still inside, and they were expecting that a lot of resistance inside from the Iraqis. They don't expect that the Iraqis leave the country, leave the city, Kuwait City.
So you actually escorted the U.S. Special Forces teams into the embassy?
Yes.
Now, many people don't understand how you could last for 7 long months without any kind of outside support. You were involved in helping move some of the food around and distributing it, is that right?
Yes.
How did you do that?
We get together, all the Kuwaitian people, all the merchandise people together, and all the food stuff we have, we try to distribute it in the first month in August, free, without anything. And we try to give some to the Iraqis so they don't have to take our foods. They also take from us, but we try in our way to keep a lot of food with us.
Ahmed, you were at that celebration at the Circle of Flags that we saw pictures of just a moment ago. What did that mean to you? What was passing through your mind?
Well, passing my mind, this is the first day I'm feeling that I'm free. I'm free, man walking in this city. I'm breathing free. This is what I'm feeling. That, all the friends, the Arab friends, Saudi Arabia, and the American friends, and all the 30 nations together with us, they help us a lot. And I would like to thank first God, then I would like to thank President George Bush, and King Fahd, and Sheikh Jabir Ahmed Sabah.
I think I understand. Ahmed Al-Wazan, who has been hospitable to us here in a city that we didn't know very much about, but we're beginning to learn a great deal more about. Mike?
Forrest, the question I have now is obviously they have a sense of ecstasy. They have their homeland back. But is this where they want the war to end? Or if they had their druthers, would they like to go after the man who inflicted all that pain on them?
Well, I'll put it to you this way. They absolutely do not want the Iraqis to move north with their armor and artillery. They do not want to see the Iraqi armor bristling just across the border. And there are a lot of Kuwaitis, I can tell you, who say they would like to see Saddam hang, plain and simple.
Forrest, an exceptional story, and by our standards and anybody else's standards, you've done an exceptional job. Thanks a great deal for the reports. We are now going to go live to ABC's Barry Seraphin, who has been covering the situation as it develops in Saudi Arabia. Barry, we're hearing a lot of reports this morning about a big battle occurring in southeastern Iraq involving thousands and thousands of tanks. Where does it stand?
Mike, apparently that battle is just about over. That is one of the true heavy engagements of this war. This is Allied forces, U.S. forces primarily, taking on a Republican Guard division. This is a division with a history of good reputation in the Iran-Iraq war. It apparently came up out of its holes 2 days ago and has been fighting on the ground, fighting a series of delaying tactics, trying to allow other Iraqi units to escape. I'm told now that this unit is just about done for militarily, and Allied forces are moving on to other Republican Guard divisions. As of now, by my count, the latest figures that I've got, something like 26, perhaps 27 divisions of the Iraqi army have been, in effect, taken out of action. There were about 42 in the theater of operations when this war began. Beyond that, we're told by military sources here that it's really a picture of a whole army in flight, with a few notable exceptions like that Republican Guard division. The whole country of Kuwait, we're told, is full of Iraqis trying to escape and evade Allied forces. The problem is that there are choke points to the north. Iraqi forces have to go either north through Basra or west along the Euphrates River, and Allied troops are waiting there to meet them.
Barry, have you been able to pick any information up on these reports of the Iraqis who are leaving with Kuwaiti hostages?
U.S. officials here say they cannot confirm that. There have been persistent reports, some reports indicating they may have taken thousands of hostages with them. They just cannot confirm that here at this point. What they can confirm is that one of the intense battles that was going on yesterday and last night for the Kuwait City airport is over. The Kuwait City airport is now secure.
Thank you, Barry. ABC's Barry Serafin, live for us this morning in Saudi Arabia. We will take a break, continue our coverage in just a moment.
When you hear Iraqi soldiers say salam, that's Arabic for peace.
More and more people are waking up to Juan Valdez and his 100% Colombian coffee. And so can you.
Buenos dias.
Just look for Juan on the label when you're shopping. You can't miss him. 100% Colombian coffee. The richest coffee in the world.
No family of vehicles sold in America goes farther on a gallon of gas than Suzuki. Everyday vehicles that aren't. Keep on saving with Suzuki factory incentives up to $2,000.
In most commercials for Choice Hotels International, someone famous pops out of a suitcase. But the star of this commercial is the Choice Yellow Ribbon Fund, created for the American Red Cross. To support our troops and their families, we're donating $5 for every reservation made and used through our special 800 number at a Quality, Comfort, Clarion Sleep, Roadway, Friendship, or Econo Lodge hotel. The Choice Yellow Ribbon Fund. Call 1-800-4-CHOICE. You'll be doing your part for those who are doing theirs.
Drixoral is. Sudafed isn't. Drixoral is. Contac isn't. Drixoral is. Actifed isn't. Drixoral is. Of all the things you can buy for a cold, Drixoral is the only 12-hour medicine that was once a prescription and is still available in its original prescription strength. Dimetap isn't. Drixoral is. Tylenol Cold isn't. Drixoral is. Coadvil isn't. Drixoral is. Dristan isn't. Drixoral is.
It is time for the weather right now. Spencer Christian off again today. Dr. Bill Gutch is in. Bill?
Mike, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Let's start out by looking at the temperature trends across the nation for today. These are the highs to be expected this afternoon. Pretty much the same picture as yesterday. Chilly in the east, especially the northeast, with cold air continuing to come down on brisk northwest winds across the Great Lakes. Even chilly down into Dixie this morning. 70s by this afternoon in South Florida and warming to the 70s and 80s throughout much of the western central valleys. Going over to the national outlook, winter's in control across the northern tier of states, generally 1 to 3 inches from the northwest plains into New England, but up to 7 inches in portions of central Long Island up into western Connecticut. Scattered showers and thunderstorms along the Gulf Coast, and lots of rain finally moving into California. Briefly looking at the Mideast, we see some clouds on the map, but generally scattered showers with a chance of a lot of cloudy conditions and low fog over the next 2 days. Let's look at the national weather picture. Here's what you can expect in your area.
Good morning. This is meteorologist Bill Evans with the AccuWeather forecast. A mix of clouds and sun today with a chilly wind, high 40. Tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low 28. Tomorrow, sunshine and mild, high of 50.
I'll be back with more weather in just a few minutes, as well as news. This is ABC's World News This Morning.
This morning's weather brought to you by Folgers Vacuum Decaffeinated.
The new baby was up all night. Now you gotta make the morning right. A great start, 'cause Folgers warmed your heart. What a wonderful way to let the sun shine on your day. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
LensCrafters made me these wonderful top-quality glasses and got me back on track in about an hour.
LensCrafters puts the whole lab right in the store to custom craft your top quality glasses in about an hour. Call LensCrafters at 1-800-522-LENS.
All right, how many this time? 8 cavities. 14 cavities? I didn't think I had that many teeth. You're gonna have to drill? My parents will be very upset.
Parents today hope their kids won't have to go through what they went through. Luckily, today's kids use the toothpaste more dentists recommend, Crest. The first toothpaste clinically shown to give you protection down to the root of the tooth.
Another great checkup. Yes. Woof, woof, woof. Later, dude.
Crest, the dentist's choice, is the easy choice.
It's been fun.
What do you call a car that has learned to use the wind? A car designed to settle in when you race into it head on, and stabilize when it buffets you from the side. Road and Track called it one of the 10 best cars in the world. But it is probably better known as the Infiniti Q45.
It's Wednesday, February 27th, 1991. World News This Morning continues with Mike Schneider.
Good morning to you once again. Here now the update on the rapidly unfolding events in the Persian Gulf in what could be, conceivably could, be the last days of the Gulf War. Wave after wave of Allied vehicles led by Kuwaiti forces rolling into Kuwait City today. You might be able to see that it had been raining there, but obviously the people didn't care about the weather. High spirits prevailing. The Iraqis are gone, or at least appears that almost all of them are gone. Baghdad Radio is claiming, in fact, that the Iraqis have left Kuwait. They retreated all the way out of that country. But the battle is raging now in southeastern Iraq, where 8 divisions of the elite Republican Guard were virtually encircled by Allied forces. Allied commanders say 26 Iraqi divisions, more than half of the armed forces, have now been disabled. President Bush has to be pleased with that kind of news, and also pleased that friendly forces are now back in Kuwait. But he may not be satisfied. Let's go live to the White House. ABC's Ann Compton there. And at this point, what will it take to satisfy the president?
Well, I think, Mike, the decision has been made here at the White House that Saddam Hussein will be allowed to save his neck. He will not be able to save face. I'm not sure we can pinpoint the time in which the administration came to the realization that Saddam Hussein will probably still be president of Iraq after this conflict is over. But the emerging strategy for a future region includes a couple of the following. That the U.S. And the military are going to continue squeezing to make sure that Iraq is no longer a military power, that this important equipment does not go back into safely into Saddam's hands. That UN sanctions and trade embargoes and arms embargoes remain on Iraq after the war, not to keep out food and medicine, but to keep out the kind of money that Saddam has always diverted before to build his military. And finally, there are the beginnings of signs, it's come from President Bush himself, that the U.S. will encourage the Iraqi people to look at what has happened to their country and to realize, or for them to come to the realization of who brought that upon them, and hope that from within Saddam is toppled.
What does the administration anticipate, Ann, in terms of U.S. presence after the war?
Well, the United States has had a 40-year presence in the Persian Gulf, and that's basically been a naval presence in the Gulf waters. The president has made a promise and intends to keep it, to bring the American fighting troops home at the very first day he can. But certainly there will be some kind of American and coalition presence into the future.
All right, Ann, thank you very much. ABC's Ann Compton, live for us this morning at the White House. We will take a break right now. When we do come back, we will have more reaction to the events in the Persian Gulf and the impact on the overseas markets as well.
In Iraq, a public insult of Saddam is punishable by life in prison or death.
On the road, working hard, turning to a great place. I go mojo. Business people need a break, comfy rooms, great rates. When the sun goes down at the end of every day, America turns to orange. Howard Johnson today. Howard Johnson today.
Ever feel too clumsy some mornings to make a pot of coffee? Wake up to Maxwell House filter packs. Coffee blended with Colombian beans. Pre-measured in their own filters. Because better beans do make better coffee. No fumbling, no bumbling. You get a perfect pot every time. Maxwell House filter packs blended with Colombian beans. Because better beans make better coffee.
Someone should talk to you about how much time you spend on the phone, and who you talk to, and when and where. A Sprint representative can easily help you select a savings plan for your personal calling needs, and Sprint has better overall savings than AT&T. So there's a plan that's perfect for you, unless, of course, you're a teenager. I can't believe it. No one's invented the perfect plan for that.
For those who want 4x4 toughness and need family van practicality, Suzuki introduces the all-new four-door Sidekick 4x4. Starting at less than $12,000, it's the underpriced overachiever.
Hello. Introducing Yoplait pudding. The only chocolate pudding with real Yoplait yogurt. New Yoplait pudding. Yes. We gave pudding a good name. Yoplait. Wonderful. Awesome.
With all the news about what's going on in the Persian Gulf that we've been hearing, obviously the people inside of Iraq have been hearing an entirely different story. ABC's Bill Blakemore went out on the streets of Baghdad today to get reaction of the people there to the latest developments as they understand them.
In the markets of Baghdad this morning, the sun was out and business was being done. Many had heard the Baghdad radio announcement that Iraqi troops were now out of Kuwait and being attacked inside Iraq. We talked to a number of men and kept hearing from them that however much people here may have supported Saddam Hussein before, now they were behind him more than ever. He's defending his own ground now, they told us. Our ground, Iraq. They were worried about how much more pounding Iraqi troops would take before coalition forces stopped. But there was a sense that much of the fighting was now in its final phase, or done. There are already some signs here in Baghdad of life returning to a peacetime normalcy. It will probably be some time before electricity and regular running water return. But with the news here this morning that the battle for Kuwait is largely over, the mood in the city is noticeably more relaxed. Many in Baghdad have told us the bombing of this capital almost every night has convinced them America's real aims are the destruction of Iraq. With the culmination of the battle in Kuwait, they are hoping the bombing on Baghdad will also stop soon. As for Iraq, every Iraqi we talked to this morning told us they feel more unified as a nation than they did before the war began. Bill Blakemore, ABC News, in Baghdad.
This sure defeat ahead for the remaining Iraqi forces has left Palestinians deeply disappointed. ABC's Bill Siemens now reports on the reaction of Arabs living in the occupied territories.
The news of Saddam Hussein's retreat from Kuwait has sown deep frustration and confusion among West Bank and Gaza Palestinians. Saddam had become their new superhero who was supported by Yasser Arafat. But now the sense of impending defeat for Saddam is being felt as a personal blow by the Palestinians.
The Palestinians did just adopt an alternative which is not to bring to them any result or any benefit. So they are the loser.
It is really bad, but I think he did, Saddam, he did all that he can as an Arab hero.
There are many who are disappointed, who are sad, who feel that the West seriously wants to humiliate Saddam and want to see, and through him to humiliate the Arabs.
With Saddam on the edge of military and political disaster, the Palestinians say that their fight for a Palestinian state has been set back because they feel that their post-war political voice has been weakened. Mike?
Bill, all the talk before this war and during this war has really come to one basic point, that sometime after the war there'll be a golden opportunity to try to solve the problems in the Middle East. Do the Israeli officials now, as the war winds down, view that as a possibility, that they have a chance here to try to establish new links and perhaps arrive at some sort of settlement with their Arab neighbors, first of all, and with the Palestinians?
Well, Prime Minister Shamir keeps saying that he's willing to go into peace talks, but not the big international conference that everyone is talking about. He wants first to go one by one through each Arab country to establish peace treaties on a unilateral basis. Only after then, Shamir thinks, can the Palestinian problem be really addressed.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. ABC's Bill Siemens live for us this morning in Israel. There's been a lot of action at the United Nations Security Council, or perhaps better put, a lot of talk. ABC's David Ensor is there to give us an update on the status of the various calls for diplomatic action. David, all the talk about a ceasefire and Soviet efforts to get one. Where has it gotten?
Nowhere so far, Mike. This is where the war will formally end. At least that's the way the Allies want it to go. And they're in control here. The Cubans, the Yemenis, various others, even the Soviets have talked about the need for a ceasefire to allow Iraqi troops to leave safely from Kuwait, but that's not going to happen here. What is perhaps going to happen, what the Allies want to happen, is for Iraq's ambassador to come over here, come to the President of the Security Council, carrying a piece of paper. What the Allies want is a written, formal, and very precise statement that the Iraqi government is now ready to obey all 12 of the UN resolutions which were passed in order to get Iraq out of Kuwait. And that's a pretty bitter pill for Saddam Hussein to swallow. It includes he has to recognize the Emir of Kuwait as the legitimate government of Kuwait. He has to concede that he may have to pay compensation for all the damage that he's done. And he has to concede that there may be war crimes trials against those who may have committed crimes during the occupation of Kuwait.
David, it's obviously this is turning out to be, in a military sense, a victory for the Allies, for the U.S. But in a diplomatic, in a structure sort of sense, is this turning out to be a victory for the UN, a sign of UN productivity? Is that the way the people there might view it?
I think a lot of people over here feel that the United Nations is going to be a more important place than it's been in the past because of superpower cooperation, because the Soviets went along with it. The United States and the others were able to use the United Nations as a forum for pressing for this new world order that President Bush wants, for telling Iraq and therefore everyone else that you can't take over another country and get away with it.
David Ensor, live for us this morning at the United Nations. Thank you, David. Take a look right now at the overseas markets. Of course, the war has had a great deal of impact on the markets around the world. This morning, we do find that there has been another loss on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. The Nikkei index closing down 188 points. London stocks are also down this morning, 9 points in midday trading. The dollar is mixed against the other main currencies this morning. We'll check the foreign currency exchanges in London. We find the dollar is down against the Japanese yen. It is up against the German mark and the French franc, unchanged against the British pound. Gold is fixed in London now at $360.30 on the ounce. And North Sea Brent crude oil is trading at $18.57 per barrel. We'll be back with more news for you in just a moment.
There is no shame in surrendering to a greater force, an Iraqi soldier.
On every trip you've taken a Chevrolet, hundreds of hours and millions of dollars have been spent to help make it a safer one. In fact, there are more MDs and PhDs working for your safety than any other car company in the world. So if this looks like an uneventful trip, we worked hard to make it that way. Mile after mile, more people are winning.
The heartbeat of America. That's today's Chevrolet.
It was a dumb argument. It all started when she said she went to the GM dealership for an oil change. How long did it take, I asked. Less than 29 minutes, she said. Well, what, did they do anything else or just change the oil? She said they checked the fluids and everything. In less than 29 minutes, guaranteed. She said, no way, I said. Then she said, why don't you ever believe me? That's when I knew I was in trouble. Thanks.
Your GM dealer's serious about putting service back in the service department. So try Mr. Goodwrench Quick Lube Plus for a change.
All this paperwork, I can't get anything done.
Introducing the new Tandy 1000 TL3 system, the complete home office solution at a special price of $15.99. With this high-speed computer, you get a color monitor, hard drive, mouse, and easier-to-use versions of popular software. Quicken for finance, Q&A Write for word processing, Lotus spreadsheet, and 10 other desk-made programs.
It's everything I need.
The new Tandy 1000 TL3 system, just $15.99, only at Radio Shack, America's technology store.
These people are in a total over their daily intake of fat and sodium.
Look how they suffer.
With lustful lasagna, tender young chicken,
Let me tell you.
all with a fraction of the forbidden fat and sodium you're allowed every day.
Yeah.
And who makes these little 95% fat-free numbers? Stouffer's Lean Cuisine.
Taste you can love for life.
Good morning. Let's take a look at today's national weather picture. On the map, winter is definitely in control across much of the northern tier of states. In the northeast, light snow amounts in general, but up to 7 inches has fallen overnight in central Long Island, western Connecticut, and the lee of the lakes. Generally 1 to 3 inches of blowing snow across the northwest plains. Along the Gulf Coast, scattered showers and thunder showers. Much of the rest of the southeast and the southwest and the Pacific Northwest are sunny, while tons of rain begin to come into California. It is much needed. Computers generally forecast about a half an inch to an inch over much of the state over the next 36 to 48 hours, but up to 2 inches could fall from Santa Barbara north to San Luis Obispo. And that's a look at today's national weather picture.
It is Wednesday, the 27th day of February, 1991, 29 and a half minutes past the hour. Finally, this half hour, there is snow on the ground here in New York City this morning, and that is all the excuse that New Yorkers need to go out and build a snowman in the park. Take a look at this one. You can see, if you look very closely, that it tends to resemble a fairly well-known Mideastern figure holding the white flag of surrender. The people who built it said they call it the Saddam snowman. This Saddam will melt away in time. We are not sure what will become of the other. That's a report for this half hour. I'm Mike Schneider. This is ABC's World News This Morning.
Next on Eyewitness News this morning, a slick and icy commute for morning drivers. This is a live picture from Fort Lee, New Jersey, of what is awaiting you. 1 to 7 inches of snow fell overnight. We'll tell you what to expect for today.
People wouldn't think to look. And he looks at it the way other people couldn't, if they wanted to. He didn't get a Pulitzer Prize swapping swizzle sticks with the rich and famous. He got it writing about the hopes and struggles of the average Joe. Breslin, only in New York. Only in New York Newsday.
Get it all at Lucille Roberts for only $25 per year. 2-year membership. Sale ends Thursday. For only $25 per year, you get it all. Universal's unlimited visits, saunas, pools, aerobics classes, exercise classes, body shaping classes, bodybuilding classes, computerized diet and exercise programs, free weights and parties. Get it all. Lose weight, lose inches, look great, get fit, feel healthy, shape up, and enjoy yourself. Get it all at Lucille Roberts. Only $25 per year, 2-year membership. Sale ends Thursday. Hurry, get it all.
He loved them and left them today at 10.
Good morning, America. I'm Charles Gibson.
And I'm Joan London. It is Wednesday, February the 27th, and the headlines this morning, Allied forces sweep into a liberated Kuwait City. Baghdad radio claims all Iraqi troops are out of Kuwait, but in Iraq, fierce fighting still rages in some battlefield locations.
Still fighting, but no doubt about what the outcome of this war will be, and that raises the question, what should our plans be for Iraq once the war is over? That is a question that Congress will be discussing, and the top 2 leaders of the House of Representatives will be here this morning to share their opinions on that.
Also, a Kuwaitis' view of the events during these final days of the war. Right now, though, Mike Schneider has all the news of the day. Mike?
Thank you, Joan. Good morning again, everyone. Stories of victory and stories of tragedy coming out of the Gulf War this morning. First of all, French commanders are saying 9 more Allied soldiers died in the fight against Iraq, and we're told now that 7 of them were Americans. They were reportedly killed in explosions during a search of a captured airfield in Iraq. In Kuwait this morning, the sights and the sounds of freedom. The American flag is once again flying over the U.S. Embassy in the Kuwaiti capital. 7 months after Iraqi troops stormed into Kuwait City, they were forced to run out the back door to escape the hands of the coalition troops. ABC's Forrest Sawyer is in Kuwait City right now, and he joins us live to tell us about the sights and the sounds, and I'm sure a good deal of celebration as well for us. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Last night as we arrived in Kuwait ahead of the U.S. Forces and the Allied forces, it was a very eerie place. But this morning, starting about 10 o'clock, we heard some gunfire and looked out to see that there were armored personnel carriers and tanks and all sorts of Allied soldiers just rolling right through the streets. And that gunfire was plain and simple. It was celebration. Along the sides of the streets, there were people who were lined up with flags, waving, cheering. In fact, some of them even crying as they heard the soldiers go by and knew very well that this was the final tale of their liberation, the thing that they had hoped for, they had wished for, and that they had been listening to the radio to see if it might be true, had actually come about. When I talked to these people as they gathered around for a celebration this morning, they really had two basic themes. One of them was that they were very grateful for the kind of help that has allowed them to get their country back, and the other is that they do not want the world to forget what Saddam Hussein has done here.
I'd like just to take this opportunity to thank all the American people and to thank Mr. Bush and all the American Army in USA. Thank you.
It's a glorious day. We have been waiting for it for the last 7 months. And we are glad to see you all here, the armies of Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, and we hope more will come. We hope we will be completely liberated again.
Today important, we are all the Kuwaiti, they are feeling heavy, and the Iraqi, they destroyed everything, and we're going to build it again from nothing.
We need to know where they took all the Kuwaitis for the past 2-3 weeks. And
what have they been doing?
Yes, and we don't know which prison.
Are they in Kuwait or are they outside?
The boss, Saddam killed all people in Kuwait. He killed the children, he killed the women, he killed the men, he killed all men. They kill everything.
And here is another sign of liberation. You remember those long stories about the siege of the U.S. Embassy here in Kuwait City. Now Old Glory is flying over it once again. One member of the Kuwaiti resistance says he believes that somebody with the resistance might have sneaked in and put the flag up when the ground battle began. We're not entirely sure how it got there, but there the flag is. It was certainly not put there by special forces teams that arrived last night and were asked to move over to the Saudi Arabian embassy so that they would not enter the U.S. embassy before the Allied forces came in with their official entrance here today, Mike.
Of course, you can see the ecstasy in the faces of the Kuwaiti soldiers returning to their homeland. Question is, what kind of homeland are they returning to? Is there tremendous destruction from your vantage point?
Well, yes and no. As you drive through the streets, you see Iraqi tanks that have been bombed, burned out, attacked by that U.S. air assault. You see that the streets have been cratered by some of the cluster bombs that have been dropped outside of town on the roads that they move in. And you certainly see some of the buildings here, some of the hotels that have been trashed. But still, there are an awful number of these buildings which seem to be in pretty good shape. And I can tell you that the spirits of the people are in tremendous shape. And if they have lost their infrastructure, they are prepared to rebuild it. If they have to start all over from the ground up, they intend to make this the city that they remember.
Obviously a lot of joy, and as we heard in the interviews, some anger as well. Are there some Kuwaitis who would like to keep this fight going, who would like to keep going all the way to Baghdad and try to get Saddam?
Well, I think some's not quite right. Let's say most, and maybe all. They simply do not like the idea that Saddam Hussein could withdraw his army to the other side of the border and have it bristle over there, staring at them with the potential of coming back across once again. They would like to know that these Iraqi soldiers are leaving without their weapons and that they will have been taught a lesson in the eyes of the world and in the eyes of Saddam Hussein, who has not yet announced that he has been defeated. And they would like, I believe, for Saddam Hussein to be punished. Many of them told me that they would like him to be hanged, Mike, and I think they meant it very bluntly and literally.
All right, thank you very much. ABC's Forrest Sawyer, live for us this morning in Kuwait. Let's talk about the military implications of what is to come. We're going to go live to the Pentagon right now. ABC's Dennis Trout is there. Dennis, where does it stand right now? There's a large tank battle that I believe is still underway in southeastern Iraq, correct?
A large tank battle, Mike, and what Forrest says is absolutely correct. All of the Allies feel that Saddam Hussein's military capacity to threaten Kuwait has to be eliminated, and that's why, according to Pentagon officials, the focus of the fighting now has moved to Iraq. The Allied forces are engaging the Republican Guards. Big tank battles underway, perhaps the largest since World War II. Mike?
What does that mean in terms of their ability to wrap this thing up? If they are able to really crack down and defeat these units in short order, does that essentially mean that this war is over?
Mike, they still say that the battle is going very, very well, that U.S. casualties especially have been very light, but they're intent upon destroying the tank capacity of Saddam Hussein. And consequently, what they intend to do is to push those Republican Guard units back up against the Shatt al-Arab waterway and against the lake to the north of it and kill them until they surrender.
Now, as far as we know, these Republican Guardsmen are fighting and not running?
They are still fighting. One division especially is engaged in what is called a delaying tactic. That means one part of the unit engages, the other part drops back, then another part engages, another part drops back. What they're trying to do is cover the retreat of the other divisions. One cannot be sure how successfully, but the U.S. and the other coalition allies anticipated that, and that's why they sent in paratroopers to the north. So there's a big blocking force up there to the north, and if the Republican Guards try to move that way, they'll be intercepted, and they'll have yet another coalition force to begin fighting.
Dennis, thank you very much. ABC's Dennis Trout live at the Pentagon. As the fighting shifts more and more now to Iraq, the question is, how is that going over in Baghdad? Do the people in Baghdad know much about it? ABC's Bill Blakemore is live there. Bill, what can you tell us about what they know, how they're reacting, and how things stand in the Iraqi capital?
Well, I was in some of the markets here this morning, and the people are certainly aware that the battle has shifted onto Iraqi ground. There have been military communiques over Baghdad radio talking about Iraqi forces, as they say, confronting the invaders heroically. So they do know just about roughly where the battle is now, and there's very much a defiant sense now that they have to defend their own land. They've said from the beginning that they thought America's aims were to hurt and even occupy parts of Iraq, and that's the battle they know is going on now.
Earlier we were hearing that part of the administration's aim is to make the Iraqis hurt so much that their anger is turned on Saddam. But apparently from what you're telling us, that is not happening.
No, well, I've only been in a few neighborhoods this morning, but I certainly got no sense of that at all. Many of the people I talked to this morning said that because of this war, they now feel more unified as a nation than ever, and that what Saddam Hussein had been telling them about America's ultimate aims being to destroy Iraq, they say are proven by the fact that there are Allied forces, led by America, now fighting on Iraqi ground.
Is the Iraqi capital still being subjected to nightly bombing runs, Bill?
Last night there were a number of low-flying Allied airplane flights. I don't know how much bombing there was. We can't say it's over yet. People were certainly kept awake by a lot of noise last night. I think, though, that I could say that there's a general feeling in the capital of relaxation. They know that the major battle for Kuwait is now over, that it probably won't be many more days of fighting. There's a sense of relaxation, and people, I think, are hoping that their nights will begin to get quieter.
All right, ABC's Bill Blakemore live in Baghdad. We're going to go to the White House right now to see exactly how the administration is planning to prosecute the rest of this war. Ann Compton is standing by live there. And any indication from the White House in terms of where they plan to go when this big tank battle is over?
Well, I think what you'll see, Mike, is the Bush administration having come to the decision that Saddam Hussein will be allowed to save his neck, but he won't be able to save face. The emerging strategy, once the fighting is over, would have a number of elements in it. One, obviously, the Americans want to make sure that none of that military hardware goes back into safe haven in Iraq so that Saddam will not have a military machine. They want to make sure that there are international economic restraints on Iraq after the war. Not to keep out food and medicine, but to keep out the kind of, or keep down the kind of revenues that Saddam has historically turned to rebuild his military machine. And finally, and the White House is somewhat blunt about this, there will be an encouragement for the Iraqi people to look around them, see the devastation in their country, come to the conclusion that Saddam Hussein is the one that brought that devastation down, and let the Iraqi people come to the conclusion that Saddam's days are numbered. But that is a long-range strategy emerging over the next several months.
And as I'm sure you heard a couple of moments ago, Bill Blakemore says at this point, at any rate, that anger does not be, apparently is not being turned on Saddam Hussein. What about the U.S. presence after it's all over? And are they talking about months or years of American troops stationed in and around that region?
The president made a promise that the American fighting forces would not stay one day longer than necessary. I expect you would see most of those fighting forces coming home. But remember, the United States has maintained a presence in the Gulf, basically at sea, for the last 40 years. There certainly will be some American presence for the foreseeable future.
All right, thank you very much, Ann. Ann Compton live at the White House. Finally, this is a war. It is deadly serious business, but even in war, sometimes there seems to be a lighter side that does emerge. Imagine how one American serviceman must have felt when all alone in his Humvee, which is this war's equivalent to the Jeep, he was stuck somewhere in the mud. An Iraqi tank suddenly appeared and started bearing down on him. He must have panicked. We're not sure at this point, but somehow it all managed to end well because the Iraqis stopped, managed to hook onto his Humvee, pull him out of the mud, and then the Iraqi tank crews surrendered. Strange war. That is the news till now. We'll continue our coverage throughout Good Morning America and be back on the air with special reports as events warrant. That's the news told. Now time to check in with Joan and Bill.
It is strange. Mike, thank you very much. 12 minutes after, Spencer's still a little bit under the weather, so here to do the weather is Dr. Bill Gooch. He's got the national weather forecast, a few temperatures for us, right?
Right. We're going to start with pretty much what we did yesterday. Mild in the west, but chilly still here in the east. It is still winter and will be for a few more weeks yet. And you see the cold air continuing to push down out of eastern Canada, well down into Dixie. But the west, as we saw yesterday, quite mild with the 70s all the way up into the central valleys of Oregon. On the national map, not only do you have wintry temperatures across the northern tier, but there is snow in the air, generally 1 to 3 inches in both of these areas. But portions of western Connecticut, Long Island, up to 7 inches this morning, and also in the squall areas around the lakes. We talked about rain for California coming in yesterday, and it is about to arrive. The computers are saying up to 2 inches over the next couple of days. The only worry is that may be a little bit too much. Briefly, in the Mideast, lots of clouds and scattered showers, the rule for about the next 24 to 48 hours. That's a look at the national and international picture. Here's what you can expect in your hometown.
Good morning, this is meteorologist Bill Evans with the AccuWeather forecast. A mix of clouds and sun today with a chilly wind, high 40. Tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low 28. Tomorrow, sunshine and mild, high of 50.
Those rains in California, will they be enough to end the severe drought out there? We'll take a look at that important question in our next weather segment, and more to follow on the war in the Mideast as Good Morning America continues.
What a tradition, King Cullen, of savings and quality.
Save on specials like these. The jumbo roll of sparkle towels, just 49 cents. Libby's Vegetables, select 16-ounce cans, 5 for $2. Pepsi Cola, regular diet or slice, 99 cents. And Dolly Madison ice cream, $1.99.
King Cullen, a tradition of savings for you.
Unlike big juice companies, we have a different idea about corporate ladders, mergers, even stockholders meetings.
Morning, Ed. Hi, Bob.
Fresh and natural brand, not from concentrate orange juice, is made by a co-op of Florida growers whose only business is making juices. They own the land, they own the trees, they own the company. Makes for a difference you can taste. Fresh and natural brand premium orange juice.
For around $20,000, you can get behind the wheel of a Nissan Maxima SE. Drive off with a Honda Accord SE. Or buy the new Volvo 240. Since only the Volvo comes with the driver's side airbag standard, the decision should take you less than 3/100ths of a second.
Remarkably low factory-assisted lease rates on all 91 Volvos end March 31st.
He came into our house.
He cooked us dinner.
He told us the story of Catcher in the Rye.
He said he was the son of Sidney Poitier.
Ooh.
So sorry to bother you, but I've been hurt. His shirt's bleeding.
His shirt isn't bleeding. He's bleeding.
You gave him my pink shirt? You gave a complete stranger the keys to our house? This is so pathetic.
This is so racist.
That night was the happiest night I've ever had.
I read somewhere that everybody on this planet is separated by only 6 other people. 6 degrees of separation.
16 minutes now after the hour. As mentioned in the news, the war goes on with the U.S. vowing to keep up the pressure until Saddam Hussein personally vows to comply with every single Allied demand. And joining us now from Washington to discuss the progress of the war and the prospects for ending it are the Speaker of the House, Thomas Foley, Democrat of Washington, and House Republican leader Robert Michael, Republican of Illinois. And they were among the congressional leaders who met with the President yesterday at the White House. Good morning to both of you. Good to have you with us.
Good morning.
Mr. Speaker, let me ask you, the continued prosecution of this war, is it dictated, do you think, by military necessity or by the political desire to humiliate Saddam Hussein?
Well, to some extent, by both. I think that the President is right in insisting that Saddam Hussein comply with the UN resolutions, that there not be an opportunity for him to claim, as he's tried to in recent days, some victory out of this. And I think the best punishment for him might be to force him to face his own people and explain what devastation he's brought upon them and upon the nation. I think that might be preferable to an attempt that some are calling for to try him for war crimes or to even kill him or try to arrange for his death. Of course, if the Iraqi people take action of their own, I think that's another thing.
Mr. Michael, same question to you. Is there a need, do you think, militarily to be fighting on with this?
Well, there's no question but that there's still a formidable force there in tanks and armor, and I think our enveloping move that has taken place so successfully around to the west and to the north, sealing off now the escape route, I think it's just a question of time now where we don't want to kill any more of the soldiers. Our war is not with them but with Saddam himself, but their equipment, to see that we can decimate that equipment and make sure there's a long, long, long time before they ever become a threat, military threat in the area.
Mr. Speaker, I ask you both that question because you wonder as you look at this if the U.S. war aims have changed. The President at the beginning said the aims were to get the Iraqis out of Kuwait, to restore the Kuwaiti family. Is it necessary to carry this on in order to do that? Or have not those goals essentially been achieved?
Well, they are in the process of being achieved, but it's also part of the UN resolution to bring peace and security to the region. So just establishing temporary protection for Kuwait, which would be followed by some reemergence of the threat, isn't what we're there to do either. I think it's important to note that the UN economic sanctions can well be continued after the Iraqi forces have been expelled from Kuwait as an additional pressure in order to ensure that there is compliance with all of the UN resolutions. I don't think, and I think we ought to make this very clear, that any part of our war aims or the coalition war aims is to occupy or interfere with the territorial integrity of Iraq over any period of time. We may be there for a few weeks, but I think we have to make it very clear that that's not part of the object as Saddam Hussein is claiming.
All right, with that point underlined, Mr. Michael, let me ask you what you expect to drive our post-war policy in all of this. Will it be to undermine and to, in effect, unseat Saddam Hussein?
Well, I think that may very well come in time by the Iraqi people themselves after they've been really told the truth. It's quite obvious from some of your reports from Baghdad that there's really not I don't think, a clear understanding of how bad a defeat Saddam has taken. And then for post-war, I think while we'll certainly want to have some presence in the arena and area, I think we can confine that to our more sophisticated equipment.
But a number of administration leaders and world leaders have said, yes, it would be fine if the Iraqis were to unseat Saddam Hussein. But will it be a more active policy than that? In other words, would we keep sanctions on to try to undermine the economy to the point that we almost force the Iraqi people to unseat Saddam Hussein?
Well, I think that's, as the Speaker indicated, would be our understanding that there certainly sanctions would still be in place until we'd made absolutely sure that all the resolutions were fully complied with, and that would be a pinching movement on Iraq, no question about it.
Mr. Speaker, keep those resolutions in place until they're all complied with, or keep them in place and the sanctions in place until he's unseated?
We'll keep the sanctions in place until the UN resolutions are complied with. And I think in a broader scale, of course, there will be an interest in seeing that there's some embargo on arms to the region. Iraq is basically a rich country. It has enormous oil reserves, and after a period of rebuilding, I think we have to be sure that Saddam Hussein or some successor government doesn't again try to create a huge military force that could be a threat to the region. So there may be some longer period of time where we'll be concerned. But I would like to emphasize what Bob said. I don't think we need a major U.S. ground force to do that. In fact, I think we ought to scale down dramatically any U.S. forces on the ground after this war is over and have whatever peacekeeping functions carried out by others in the region and by other states. The U.S. can have some over-the-horizon air and naval power, as we have had for a long time.
All right, I understand. You both make the point that our presence there ought to be minimal. But let me come back to this question of Saddam Hussein. You both say we should keep the sanctions in place until all the UN resolutions are complied with, but I wonder if the administration's goal is not further than that. Mr. Michael, the Secretary of State, over the weekend, seemed to say that Resolution 678, that calls for the restoration of international peace and security in the area, points, as far as the administration is concerned, to unseating Saddam Hussein.
Well, we have a law in our own country here, you know, against prohibiting our engaging in assassinations of that kind, and I think this will just be one of those things that will have to be developed and unfold over a period of time. I can't give you a real good, solid answer to that one.
Mr. Speaker?
The alternative, if he isn't toppled by the Iraqi people, is a suggestion that we occupy Baghdad, employ a post-World War II occupation of the country for a long period of time, seize Saddam Hussein, try him as a war criminal, maybe execute him. I think if that were to be done, you might find generations of those in the region treating him as a martyr and creating a myth that would rally people to create further problems of instability. I think we have to be very careful to try to avoid that consequence.
Mr. Michael, are you struck by the mood? A number of people pursue this question about whether or not Saddam Hussein should have been unseated. There are even members of the House who are now talking about rescinding the ban on U.S.-sponsored assassinations. I know that's probably a non-starter, but does it reflect a mood in your mind in the Congress and in the country?
Well, I think this is to some extent because of the severity of the criminal activity that's taken place in Kuwait City and will be shown, I think, eventually to the general public. There's just that resentment, the frustration.
All right. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Leader, thank you both for being with us this morning. Appreciate it. We'll be back.
From death
Oh, Sam, come on.
to awakening,
What's happening? It's like I can still feel you.
suspicion
It was a setup. I was murdered.
to fear,
Don't you hear him? You can hear me?
the unbelievable
I get a message from Sam.
to the unforgettable.
Oh, God.
Ghost, the movie you loved, is coming.
Gerald Wilkins gets 3 of his game-high 26 points, and the final was 112-109 Knicks. The surprise snowstorm is over as we're left with a blanket of white in our area. Currently in Midtown Manhattan, it's 27 degrees, humidity is 78%. Periods of clouds and sunshine today with a chilly wind at the high 40. Partly cloudy and cold tonight, the low 28. Mix of clouds and sun tomorrow, becoming breezy and much milder, the high 50. And the AccuWeather 5-day outlook calls for some sunshine Friday, breezy and mild, cloudy with rain for Saturday and Sunday. I'm Art McFarland. Enjoy your day.
On the next Live with Regis and Kathy Lee, Linda Evans talks about realizing your dreams, and poof, it's makeover winner number 3.
Today at 9.
Right here on Channel 7.
Keep smoking crack, and eventually you'll be left with nothing.
Good morning, America. I'm Joan London.
And I'm Charles Gibson. It's Wednesday, February 27th. Good to have you with us this morning.
The president is making himself very clear these days. Mr. Bush says he will continue to prosecute the war despite Saddam Hussein's announced intention of pulling out of Kuwait. Meanwhile, Saddam Hussein is claiming victory, even though his army appears to be in full retreat.
Some with that strategy say the president is playing his cards exactly right. Others say that he is going too far in continuing to prosecute the war. We'll have a debate on that issue in this half hour. Also, Soviet President Gorbachev has talked about the very fragile relations between his nation and ours in light of our diplomatic differences, and we're going to talk to a former Soviet ministry spokesman about that in this half hour. But first we go to Mike Schneider with the news. Mike?
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning again, everyone. Iraqi troops are continuing to surrender by the thousands in the war against Iraq. Many more than 30,000 men have now been taken prisoner, and you're going to get a sense of how many that really means, because those people down there are, in fact, Iraqi prisoners being held now in holding centers in the Kuwaiti desert. Also, the big lead item of the news this morning, Kuwait City being freed. Scenes pretty much reminiscent of the liberation of Paris during World War II. Kuwaiti soldiers leading the Allied forces back into their capital of their homeland today. There were smiles all over the place on the faces of the soldiers and, of course, as you might expect, on the faces of the Kuwaiti people who lived under Iraqi occupation and then came out to greet them.
President Bush and all the people in our state, and we are thankful for every countries who help us, and we are proud of them.
We miss a lot of our families, which they've picked up, and we haven't seen them yet. So this is the only thing that's really sort of preventing our total happiness, because we're worried about these people that were taken 24 hours before.
But the war is not over, not by a long shot. Across the border now in southeastern Iraq, Allied forces are said to be still engaged now in a fierce battle with 3 divisions of the Iraqi Republican Guard. We have been told that 7 U.S. soldiers have been killed now in action on the ground. Apparently, those soldiers have been involved in a variety of battles, and that Allied commanders say the Iraqis, though, are virtually surrounded at this point and they're being told at this point they cannot possibly win. We are also informed that there will be a military briefing at 1:30 Eastern Time, I do believe, in which we will get more details on this big battle, and the briefing will come from the Supreme Commander of the forces in the Gulf region right now, General Norman Schwarzkopf. Of course, ABC News will carry that live as we carry all breaking news and important developments for you. The defeat which lies ahead, and certainly lies ahead for Iraq at this point, is coming as very hard news to the Palestinians in the occupied territories. ABC's Bill Siemens has their story.
The news of Saddam Hussein's retreat from Kuwait has sown deep frustration and confusion among West Bank and Gaza Palestinians. Saddam had become their new superhero who was supported by Yasser Arafat. But now the sense of impending defeat for Saddam is being felt as a personal blow by the Palestinians.
The Palestinians did just adopt an alternative which is not to bring to them any result or any benefit, so they are the loser.
It is really bad, but I think he did, Saddam, he did all that he can as an Arab hero.
The Armeni who are disappointed, who are sad, who feel that the West seriously wants to humiliate Saddam and want to see, and through him to humiliate the Arabs.
With Saddam on the edge of political and military disaster, the Palestinians say their battle for a Palestinian state has been set back because they feel their post-war political voice has been weakened. Bill Siemens, ABC News, Tel Aviv.
And back at home, a touch of irony this morning. It's the end of the line for a mainstay of the U.S. air war against Iraq. The Pentagon is now scrapping plans to modernize the Navy's F-14 fighter warplanes, one of the chief lines of defense for the aircraft carriers in the Gulf region. F-14s represented about 20% of the Grumman Corporation's 1990 sales, and Grumman says cancellation of the program means that hundreds and hundreds of workers will now have to be laid off. That is the news till now. Time to check in on the weather situation. Spencer is off today. Dr. Bill Gutch is here with the update. Bill?
Mike, thank you, and good morning, everyone. We're going to focus out in the west because some very important weather is about to start out there. California's had a terrible drought. What's coming is not going to cure it, but it's going to begin to help. A wave of moisture beginning to come onshore, and as we switch to a wider image over the Pacific, you will see that this is just the first of 3 distinct waves of moisture, one after another across the northern Pacific that will head into the west coast over the next couple of days, and the computers are indicating 1 to 2 inches of rain could fall in portions of central California along the coast. It may actually be a case of too much and too short of a period of time. Across the northern tier of states, it is very much winter, with generally 1 to 3 inches in these regions, although we've seen as much as 7 inches accumulate overnight in the lee of the lakes because of lake effect snows, and also in portions of western New England. Some scattered showers along the Texas Gulf Coast over to the Florida Panhandle. Again, that rain in California. With the exception of those areas, much of the rest of the nation looks sunny. It will be very chilly across the northern tier of states, with temperatures not getting out of the teens or 20s. Much of the east, as we saw yesterday, continues to be cool. The milder air is out in the west, where the 70s will go all the way up into the Willamette Valley of Oregon. That's a look at the national weather picture. Now here's what you can expect in your area.
Good morning. This is meteorologist Bill Evans with the AccuWeather forecast. A mix of clouds and sun today with a chilly wind, high 40. Tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low 28. Tomorrow, sunshine and mild, high of 50.
And next, we'll look at Soviet displeasure over the continued pursuit of the war as Good Morning America continues.
An Isuzu Rodeo? The Nelsons aren't rich.
Oh, not rich at all.
Yet here they are with a bigger engine than our Toyota 4Runner.
They have more power.
It's an ugly thought. A longer wheelbase.
So?
It's for a smooth ride. Rear anti-lock brakes.
Kids, put the tire back on.
And more overall passenger space.
Stop having fun.
It doesn't add up.
The Isuzu Rodeo. True, it doesn't add up. Isuzu. There's no comparison.
A cup of that coffee, please.
You know, it's going to be a nice day for the parade.
You know, even the coffee tasted somehow better back then. I guess that's why those Maxwell House folks slow roast their 1892 coffee. Didn't even change the way they used to make it. Introducing Maxwell House 1892 coffee, made with old-fashioned pride, the way things used to be.
My friend Carol is so different from me. She does Lunchables all at once. But I do it one by one. We're total opposites. but we've been best friends forever. Oscar Mayer Lunchables lunch combinations, because lunch is what you make of it.
It's Red Lobster's new lunch special. Shrimp and chicken, just $3.99. Golden fried shrimp and grilled chicken breast with salad and baked potato, just $3.99 for a limited time at Red Lobster for lunch.
It is now 37 minutes after. At the United Nations this week, the Soviet Union has been pressing for a ceasefire, even while it stands with the coalition partners and calling for Iraq to comply with all 12 of the UN resolutions to end this war. And while President Bush dismissed Saddam Hussein's claims of withdrawal yesterday, the Soviets have said that they believe it's sincere. In the Soviet Union yesterday, in a speech to workers at a Minsk tractor factory, Soviet President Gorbachev hinted that superpower relations could suffer, and I quote, suffer unless a great sense of responsibility guided the U.S. in finding a way to end this war. So the question now is, how much could our relations suffer? And Gennady Gerasimov is former Soviet Foreign Ministry spokesman. He joins us this morning from Moscow. Mr. Gerasimov, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Gorbachev warned that the U.S.-Soviet relations could, and I quote, become very fragile, implying that our differences over this issue could really harm relations between our two countries. How serious do you think is this?
Well, we are building up our relations. It's not an easy job. I was at all the summits starting from Reykjavik, even at Geneva, only in other capacity. So I was a witness to the efforts which were put by both sides into this improvement of our relations. So we must keep trying to improve them even further, to make this improvement irreversible. Well, we are on your side condemning Iraqi aggression against Kuwait. The difference is that we want less violence, less bloodshed, and we thought that maybe violence as the last resort, military action, could be taken later if all other diplomatic efforts fail. So there was this difference in approach to the same problem, which we recognize just as you do.
Well, in trying to understand the feelings of your country, some have said that with Iraq being less than 180 miles from the Soviet Union, that also perhaps the Soviet military is apprehensive about a U.S. military presence there now, not only a dominant presence there now in an area which has securely been in the Soviet camp, but also a continued American presence in that region. How much is that a problem?
Not for me, because I take your administration at its word, and you are saying that you are not there forever, that are going to take your troops back soon as this aim is achieved, and they will be replaced by some kind of maybe United Nations peacekeeping forces or something else. So you emphasize that you are not there forever. So I don't see there is much ground to worry.
In thinking about the aftermath of all of this, Mr. Gorbachev has said that there should be a goal, and I quote, of a general political settlement in the Middle East after the war. Can you tell us what he means by that specifically?
Well, this region is in chaos, and there are other problems, not only the problem of Iraq and its aggression against Kuwait, and we are pressing for Middle East International Peace Conference for many years already, and I think that we must continue along this road too. I'm sorry to say that in my view nobody has now an exact plan what to do after this particular war is over, what to do with Iraq, for instance.
Many Americans fear, or it appears as though Russia is on the side of Saddam Hussein. In fact, one of our senators yesterday, a Republican senator, Robert Dole of Kansas, said, America is in no mood for any more Kremlin interference promoting terms that could well endanger Allied lives, save Saddam Hussein's neck, and preserve his Soviet-supplied war machine. Can you respond to that criticism?
Of course I can. We had a treaty with Iraq signed in 1972, and we had wide cooperation with Iraq. We had a lot of specialists there, military technicians and people in oil fields and the people in classes of the Russian language, so on. We had almost 6,000 of specialists. So we did have wide relations with this country. But we condemned, we were as vocal as anybody else condemning Iraqi aggression. And for instance, in today's Pravda, there is an article, long article, the whole page, telling its readers that Saddam Hussein as a personality is very dangerous. It's actually, you can say that this article is a kind of character assassination, because they say that his character is very difficult, he's very tough, and so on. So this is one example from today's Pravda that of our attitude towards Hussein. But I may admit that some people who were there in Iraq have some recollections, and maybe they sympathize. I should say that Soviet public opinion is not unanimous, just as your public opinion over there is not unanimous of what to do with Saddam Hussein.
Yes, and we all now are thinking ahead as to the post-war situation. Gennady Gerasimov, thank you very much.
Thank you.
A debate over the president's tough talk when Good Morning America continues.
Trying to save the remnants of power and control in the Middle East by every means possible. And here, too, Saddam Hussein will fail.
The new baby was up all night. Now you gotta make the morning right. Folgers always come through. It's decaffeinated too. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Folgers Decaffeinated is made with mountain-grown beans, which have more enticing aroma and richer flavor. So it's no surprise it really wakes people up.
Now you're off to a great start, 'cause Folgers warmed your heart. What a wonderful way to let the sun shine on your day. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
LensCrafters made me these wonderful top-quality glasses and got me back on track in about an hour.
LensCrafters puts the whole lab right in the store to custom craft your top-quality glasses in about an hour. Call LensCrafters at 1-800-522-LENS.
In most commercials for Choice Hotels International, someone famous pops out of a suitcase. But the star of this commercial is the Choice Yellow Ribbon Fund, created for the American Red Cross. To support our troops and their families, we're donating $5 for every reservation made and used through our special 800 number at a Quality, Comfort, Clarion Sleep, Roadway, Friendship, or Econo Lodge hotel. The Choice Yellow Ribbon Fund. Call 1-800-4-CHOICE. You'll be doing your part for those who are doing theirs.
Dodge Caravan Plymouth Voyager. The first minivans are still first.
Saddam is not interested in peace, but only to regroup and fight another day.
With those words, yesterday, President Bush made it clear that an Iraqi withdrawal isn't good enough. The Allies are going to fight without let-up until every last Iraqi soldier surrenders or until Saddam Hussein renounces all claims to Kuwait and meets a laundry list of demands. But with victory almost certain, is President Bush going too far? With us from Washington to debate that point, our former Congressman, Father Robert Drinan, and William Bennett, who served in the Bush and Reagan administrations. Good morning to both of you. Nice to have you with us.
Morning.
Father Drinan, let me start with you. Why should the coalition, having routed the enemy and having observed the viciousness, really, of the Iraqi leader, accept anything less than a total, unconditional, and maybe even abject surrender?
They have no authorization to do anything except liberate Kuwait from the United Nations. It was very clear that we can't go in and dictate the future of Iraq. I think the days to come are very dangerous ones. We could do things that were comparable to the Versailles Treaty, which brought Germany back. We could make all the mistakes that were done in Lebanon. And I think we have to be very cautious to live up only to that which was authorized by the 12 resolutions.
Well, don't you think the resolutions actually go further than the liberation?
No, that they say that we should take appropriate measures to bring about peace and security in the Middle East. I think that with all the allies, with the United Nations and the Security Council, we should go back and say that the removal of Saddam is not going to bring peace to that area. In fact, the preservation of Saddam in a very weakened condition might be the best thing for the temporary stability of the Middle East.
William Bennett, your reaction?
Well, I think that the peace and security requirements are what's
being satisfied right now, and the president is not being too tough. He is being appropriately resolute. We did not wage this war to win the war and then lose the peace. And I think the steps that are being taken right now are correct. Notice Saddam is still declaring victory. There is still fighting going on. No one at this point can have any confidence that Saddam or the thugs around him have learned the lesson.
But William Bennett, is there not a danger? It's the danger that's cited by many people, and I'm sure Father Dryden as well, of one, so weakening Iraq that you destabilize the region, and two, by pursuing this, that perhaps you do make him a martyr.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to make Saddam a martyr. In fact, I think the best situation would be for him to be there in Baghdad in the presence of grieving widows, an empty treasury, and a lot of shame, and let his own people bring him down. Let's not make him a martyr. But Iraq has to be sufficiently weakened so that we don't have to go back there again. I mean, we have expended a fair amount of blood and a lot of treasury to get this job done. It must be finished. Yes, an Iraq that is secure, that can defend itself from other kind of aggression, that's fine. But we are not there yet because this issue has not been resolved yet. As long as we see these Republican Guard units holding out, these people with their weapons, crazy Saddam declaring victory, it's not over.
Father Dryden?
I think that actually Mr. Bennett and I are in substantial agreement that we don't want to make this man a martyr. We don't want to so destabilize that country that Syria and Iran and Turkey would be happy to move in. We must remember that Mr. Saddam has a fantastic constituency still, unbelievable to us, but that he is perceived as the leader of the Arab people in many, many ways. Furthermore, we have to look at the Middle East with all the problems of Israel and the Palestinians. We have to bring all of the parties together to have a diplomatic summit that will go on for a long time and somehow bring the rule of law. Furthermore, I think that in the last days of this war, we all will be vindictive. And I think that that can lead to terrible mistakes. There's lots of international law. I have a book here called International Humanitarian Law, the Regulation of Armed Conflicts. We should live by the law that we helped to make coming from Nuremberg and the Geneva Accords.
I'm going to take a commercial break, but do you think at this point that the coalition is vindictive?
No. Certainly not. I think the behavior of American soldiers, indeed the whole Allied group, has been impressive. That's why they were embraced by the Kuwaitis. But I certainly wouldn't want to do anything to prop up Saddam. I don't know if Father is suggesting that. He may be a hero or may have been a hero, but my guess is that that's starting to diminish and fade very quickly now, and we should let it fade till it falls to zero.
All right, let me take that commercial break. I'll come back talking with Father Robert Dryman and William Bennett. We'll be right back. Good Morning America continues.
It's Tommy Lasorda with a way to help you lose weight that's going to shake things up. Ultra Slim Fast Fruit Juice Mix. Juice it up, lose weight, feel great. Mix it with your favorite fruit juice. Juice it up, lose weight, feel great. It's a delicious, nutritious part of the Ultra Slim Fast plan. Juice it up, lose weight, feel great. New Ultra Slim Fast Fruit Juice Mix. Give us a week, we'll take off the weight.
Ever feel too clumsy some mornings to make a pot of coffee? Wake up to Maxwell House filter packs. Coffee blended with Colombian beans. Pre-measured in their own filters. Because better beans do make better coffee. No fumbling, no bumbling. You get a perfect pot every time. Maxwell House filter packs blended with Colombian beans. Because better beans make better coffee.
Grapefruit juice? Sure, it's good for you, but...
Great for dieting, but plenty of healthy vitamin C.
But the taste? Well, pour on the pink. Ocean Spray Pink Grapefruit Juice Cocktail. A taste so smooth, so sweet, you know it's Ocean Spray.
This I like. It's not bitter.
Hey, so smooth, so sweet. Ocean Spray Pink Grapefruit Juice Cocktail. It's not just good for you, it's good. Ocean Spray good.
You know the advantages of leasing a Cadillac. Well, now there's a GMAC Smart Lease with twice those advantages. There's no down payment, and it's only $498 a month for 36 months. And look twice. Choose either the 1991 Sedan DeVille or Eldorado, but you must see your Tri-Statesman now. Whichever Cadillac you choose, it comes fully equipped. Cadillac style. No down payment, $498 a month, 36 months. A smart lease that's twice as smart.
8 minutes before the hour, we continue our discussion with Father Robert Drinan and William Bennett. They're debating or discussing whether President Bush is going too far in continuing the Gulf War at a time when an overwhelming Allied victory seems certain. Father Drinan, I wanted to pursue that word vindictive that you used, given the way Saddam Hussein has conducted himself and conducted the Iraqi troops in all of this. What's wrong with vindictiveness?
There's many reasons why we should be vindictive, but I think we have to look at the long run. That the presence of America is very new in the Middle East. There is deep, deep resentment on the part of the Arabs, and we should begin to say that we are going to act with regard to this area as we acted concerning Germany and Japan and with the Marshall Plan in Europe. We should be magnanimous about this and say we are here to help you, not to be vindictive against one person who did so much harm. I think the United States should look grand and moral and idealistic and now really bring in the entire United Nations. If we want to have another Nuremberg, that's a separate, legal, very difficult question. But it seems to me that vindictiveness is the essence of what Mr. Bush, unfortunately, in my judgment, is saying, and that it is natural in the end days of a war to say we are going to get the cause of this and to be oversimplistic and to say that that's going to solve the problem in the Middle East. Frankly, I think that the end could be worse than the beginning if we go that route.
William Bennett, Father Drinan points to the possible resentment that's going to develop among Arabs throughout the region. You worried about that?
Not terribly. I'll tell you, I don't think this is vindictiveness. I think this is justice. Saddam and his people, his army is getting what they deserve. Indeed, they're getting less than they deserve. They deserve worse than this. I think the President and our armed forces, the Allies, have been measured, very measured in their reaction. But look, some resentment we can't do anything about. We saw in the earlier part of the news clips those Palestinians weeping in their beer or weeping in their coffee, whatever. Too bad. He was their hero. They lost. That's the way it goes. Let the resentment in the Arab world be mixed with respect for the United States. Some people in the Middle East are always going to resent us. They're always going to hate us. Let that resentment be mixed with respect. We should first, I think, be strong and decisive. Get this thing settled. Then there's plenty of opportunity to be generous, and the American people will, of course, be generous. But again, let every dictator or would-be dictator in the Middle East know that if they step up and try to do something like what Saddam has done, they're going to get the same thing. That message has to be loud and clear.
Final 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think there's still deep resentment, and that just the mere military might that we have used is not going to bring about a solution for the 21 nations that are still in the Arab League. They have problems that we have to address, the redistribution of income, the settlement of the Palestinians, the security of Israel, and all of those things are essential.
Father Drinan, I appreciate you being with us this morning. William Bennett, thank you for being here. Pleasure to have both of you here always. 5 minutes before the hour. We'll continue in a moment.
I'm working and you're sneezing. Well, I took a cold pill this morning. Didn't last. Take Contact. That's the one with those 600 tiny Tide pills. That lasts 12 hours. That's up to 3 times longer than the ordinary cold medicine you took. There's a whole day's work in every Contact. I get it. Oh. Ah, finito. Contact saved the day.
There's a whole day's work in every Contact.
Ask me what counts most after 40 years in the car business, and I don't have to think twice. 1, the minivans. We invented them. 2, driver's airbags in every car we build in this country. What do we do for an encore? Put them together. Minivans with a driver's side airbag. Nobody else is doing it. You still have to use your seatbelt with a minivan airbag, but it will save lives. A lot of lives.
Nutrisystem is not just how much you lost, but all the things you gained.
When my son comes up to me and says, Mom, you look gorgeous, I feel so good.
It's been great to have that weight off. It's just opened so many more doors for me.
You glow. That's the only way I can explain it, is that you just glow.
Now that you're ready, there's a right way to lose weight. Nutrisystem.
Call Nutrisystem now for a complimentary consultation. 1-800-321-THIN.
Now over here, we're going to put that computer. You don't want it over there? I don't know.
When the moment comes to build your dreams, no card's better than Gold MasterCard.
This corner's for your weight machine.
With more buying power at nearly 3 times more places than American Express.
This wall's for your...
Washington apples. They're as good as you've heard.
He loved them and left them today at 10.
Good morning, America. I'm Charles Gibson.
And I'm John London. It is Wednesday, February the 27th. In the headlines, joyous Kuwaitis welcome Allied forces to their capital city. The focus of the fighting has shifted to fierce battles in Iraq, and the number of Iraqi prisoners topped 32,000.
Some of the most startling images, I think, that we've seen from this war are pictures of some of those POWs, EPWs as they call them, the Iraqi soldiers coming out, kissing the hands of their American captors. As Joan mentioned, there are now estimated to be over 30,000 POWs in Allied hands, and they are becoming something of a burden. We're going to take a look at that problem. Also this morning, some of the other images everyone remembers, the pictures of that barracks, that living quarters that was hit directly by an Iraqi Scud missile. We're going to meet a family who came close to losing a loved one in that missile attack on Saudi Arabia.
By now, you've obviously seen the pictures of the oil wells burning across Kuwait. Well, today, a lesson in desert firefighting from one of the people who will be putting out those fires. Right now, though, Mike Schneider has the news of the day. Mike, good morning.
Thank you, John. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. What a morning it has been in Kuwait. This whole day is something that country will be talking about for years, and I presume that this country may be as well. History was made today. This is the day that Kuwaiti soldiers returned home to their capital, victorious. Their tanks and their armored personnel carriers rolled through Kuwait City earlier this morning. ABC's Forrest Sawyer was there. We spoke with him a short while ago, and I got a chance to ask Forrest if Kuwait City was indeed truly liberated.
It wasn't when I woke up this morning. It was very, very quiet, Mike. What I noticed was that there was a pall of smoke that was hanging over the city, making it quite dark indeed. All of that from those oil fires that are around here. I wandered over to the U.S. Embassy and had a look around there and saw that a flag was flying. That flag was not placed there by U.S. Special Forces that came in last night. They were told by General Schwarzkopf to move away from the embassy and over to the Saudi Arabian embassy and to wait until the city had been liberated officially by Arab forces. Now, exactly who put it up there, I can't tell you, but there it was flying, and it was a good sight to see.
We did see the video coming in this morning of the, I guess you have to call it a caravan of armored vehicles coming in with the Kuwaitis leading the way and with people on the streets. It must have been a moment of extreme high emotion.
Mike, you can mark this as the official liberation of Kuwait City. Arab forces moving down the street. They were firing off their weapons all along the street. There were people who were waving Kuwaiti flags, some of them so exuberant they were falling down to the ground in happiness. They moved on toward an area that's called the Circle of Flags, where the old American hospital used to be, and there was a celebration the likes of which I have never seen before. People who were just delirious with joy at the idea that the 7-month-long nightmare had finally come to an end. I think many of these people, Mike, simply did not believe that it had finally ended until they were able to see those soldiers coming down the street and know that they were safe and know that the Iraqis had left town.
Forrest, have you had a chance to travel around Kuwait City at all this morning? And if so, what are you seeing? Are you seeing a town that looks like a war zone, or what exactly?
Well, you see a town that certainly looks like it's been badly trashed by some kind of occupying force. There are shops that have been burned out. The hotels here have been badly burned. There's debris everywhere. Much of it has been stolen from the Kuwaitis by the Iraqis and simply left as the Iraqis remarkably got up and left overnight. Many of them in stolen Kuwaiti vehicles, apparently heading north, trying to leave with whatever they could. And I suppose it might say leave with their lives as well.
Forrest, when you talk to the Kuwaitis now, what is it that they want? What is it that they feel? What is it that they're looking forward to in the days to come?
I'll tell you the first thing that I hear, Mike, and it's remarkable to me as an American. As I walked through the crowd, I heard over and over and over again, though I had nothing at all to do with the liberation of this city, thank you. Thank you, President Bush, they said over and over again. And please give the message to the President that we are grateful for what happened. That's what I was hearing today. And then occasionally, if you stopped and you talked and you had to listen to what the future was, you knew that these people were well aware that there was a long road ahead. The recovery was not going to be an easy one, that much has been lost here. The entire infrastructure of the city has been dismantled by the occupying Iraqi force, and they're going to have to build almost from the ground up. The buildings are here. but much of the systems that made this city operate are going to have to be started all over again.
ABC's Forrest Sawyer reporting a little while ago for us from the capital of Kuwait. Now, the Allies are still at war, still going after what is left of the Iraqi army. One Pentagon official says they're coming close now, closing the bag on units of the Republican Guard in southeastern Iraq. To get the latest on that and all of the action in the war theater, let's go to ABC's Barry Serafin, who joins us live once again this morning from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Good morning, Barry.
Good morning, Mike. Along with all the good news for the Allied side, there is some bad news. The French are reporting that 7 U.S. servicemen, including 2 officers, operating with French forces have been killed. That would bring the U.S. Total of killed in action in the ground offensive to at least 11 so far. That is still, as you would recognize, an extremely light casualty rate, if that's the figure at this point. In general, U.S. military sources here are presenting this picture. An Iraqi army in flight, still surrendering by the thousands, sometimes stopping to fight, sometimes simply leaving their weapons or climbing out of their vehicles and walking north. Allies poised at the border to intercept any hardware, tanks, artillery, any other high-value weapons that might be on its way to Iraq.
Barry, you mentioned some of them leaving their weapons and walking north. What are the U.S. forces doing with those Iraqi soldiers who decide not to fight but to quit?
Well, they're not shooting at them. Some are being picked up as prisoners. Some are simply being allowed to go on. That's my understanding. We're told now that about 27 Iraqi divisions have effectively been put out of business. That would be around 300,000 men that are no longer capable of carrying the fight. There is apparently still some fighting going on between U.S. forces and Iraqi Republican Guard divisions along the border, but at least one Republican Guard division is also now out of business. Just to make it official, by the way, Mike, we're told here that now Kuwait City is considered liberated.
All right. Day of history for the Kuwaitis and for the Allies as well. ABC's Barry Serafin, live for us this morning in Saudi Arabia. Now, talking about the soldiers on both sides who've been fighting this war, ABC's Mike Lee tells us about them, the losers and the winners.
These pictures from inside southern Iraq this morning look more like a desert traffic jam than a war. Allied armored divisions continue to advance into positions to cut off retreat by Iraqi forces, which might try to salvage their military equipment by moving it back toward Baghdad. Although Allied officials have reported some scattered resistance, it was not in evidence in these pictures. Also inside southern Iraq, more enemy prisoners of war. Some EPWs were wounded. They were cared for by Allied medics. Some were evacuated by U.S. aircraft to field hospitals. Throughout these past few days, Allied troops have been reacting as though they won the Super Bowl.
We came in and we kicked some butt. And so far we take some prisoners. All I can say is no slack for Iraq.
Some Iraqi enemy prisoners of war claim that amid overwhelming Allied force, they were neglected and deserted by their own commanders who retreated.
The animals back in state live a lot better than these guys.
And clearly that's one reason they've given up.
Yeah, that's most likely why they're giving up.
Allied forces are sensitive to international concerns over the possibility of mistreatment of EPW.
We give them every opportunity to give up. We treat them real nice, water, food, the whole 9 yards, because really got nothing against the Iraqi soldiers. Really don't.
The latest pictures that we've received of POWs have come from inside Kuwait itself. It's amazing to see the scope of some of the POW camps that have been set up. And indeed, if these have been set up in Kuwait, they've been set up very quickly. And large numbers of people. From the air, if you didn't know these were people down there, it might look like the Chicago stockyard. And of course, they're not being treated like animals, as you've heard testimony in our piece previously. It is one of the human dimensions of this war that's going to take some time to sort out, especially in view of the fact that we've heard so much about atrocities in Kuwait against Kuwaitis themselves. So with all of these Iraqi prisoners inside Kuwait, combined with what we believe to have been some atrocities in Kuwait, it's going to take some watching. Mike?
Thank you, Mike. ABC's Mike Lee, live in Saudi Arabia this morning. No matter what is happening in terms of the war itself, the people that we've been speaking to on the streets of Baghdad say they still do support Saddam Hussein. They say he was right all along. And they told ABC's Bill Blakemore that what is happening in the war right now confirms their suspicions that they had, that the Allies always wanted more than just the liberation of Kuwait. We're going to check in right now at the White House with ABC's Ann Compton and ABC's David Ensor to see what might lie ahead in terms of what will happen to the region and the U.S. role there. First of all, let's go to David at the United Nations. There's been a lot of talk about a ceasefire, a lot of efforts on the part of the Soviets, acting supposedly on behalf of the Iraqis. Are we going to see any more of that today, David?
There may still be some talk of it here, Mike, but there isn't going to be one as far as the Allied diplomats here are concerned. What they want to see is for Iraq's ambassador to walk across the street with a written document providing precise, formal confirmation that his government is ready to comply with all 12 of the UN resolutions passed in the Kuwait matter. And they say until that is done, don't expect a ceasefire.
All right, David Ensor at the United Nations, thank you very much. Over to the White House now. Ann Compton, I take it the White House has given some thought to the future as the region must, what the region must look like. What do they have planned, or what would they like to see?
From day one, the White House has had a strategy team working on what the region ought to look like after the conflict. It's been headed by the #2 man at the National Security Council. I don't know that we'll ever pinpoint the moment in which the White House came to believe that Saddam Hussein will remain in power as president of Iraq after the conflict. But certainly there are measures and decisions that can be taken now to restrain his strength. No military equipment going back into control of Baghdad after the conflict, continued economic sanctions so that Baghdad won't be able to enjoy, for instance, oil revenues and plow that money back into a military machine, and finally a rather public encouragement of the Iraqi people to look around them after the fighting, see the devastation in their country, the lack of services, the lack of food, and blame it on Saddam, obviously hoping that the Iraqi people will throw Saddam out. Mike?
Thanks, Ann. ABC's Ann Compton live at the White House. Before we go, we want to point out that there will be a briefing this morning that should be rather interesting. Actually, it'll come in the early part of the afternoon. The commander of Operation Desert Storm, the General Norman Schwarzkopf, is set to talk to reporters. That briefing is now set for 1:30 Eastern Time. And, of course, ABC News will carry it live. We will be on the air in addition to that with regular hourly updates on the Gulf War, and we will break in with special reports as events warrant. That is the news till now. Time to check in with Charlie and Dr. Bill Gutsch.
Thanks very much, Mike. Coming up now in 12 minutes after the hour, and Bill has the national weather. Spencer, under the weather. What do you got?
A lot of clouds to be under today on the satellite list. Let's take a look at it. Lots of clouds moving in different directions, doing different things. These clouds up here are plunging to the southeast, showing us that there's a continued flow of cold air from out of Canada into the northeastern quadrant of the country, and there's snow falling in those clouds, about 1 to 3 inches in general, although portions of Long Island, western New England have picked up about 7 inches. Subtropical jet stream down here propelling these clouds this way, continuing to bring some showers from the Texas Gulf Coast all the way over to the Florida Panhandle. And yesterday we talked about rains finally coming to California, and you see those clouds now just beginning to feed in with lots of moisture. Temperatures about the same as yesterday. Chilly across the eastern part of the United States, and mild air continues to dwell out west with the 70s all the way up into the Willamette River Valley. That's a look at the national weather picture. Here's what you can expect in your area.
Good morning. This is meteorologist Bill Evans with the AccuWeather forecast. A mix of clouds and sun today with a chilly wind, high 40. Tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low 28. Tomorrow, sunshine and mild, high of 50.
Coming up next, we'll continue to track those California rains and answer the question, where will they be tomorrow? That's in our next half hour. Joan?
All right, thank you, Bill. 13 after right now. Rarely have soldiers seemed so relieved to see the enemy as have Iraqi troops during the past few days. By the thousands, they're lining up to surrender. What they may not realize is that the coalition partners must follow a detailed set of laws designed to protect prisoners of war. And here to discuss their treatment and what could happen to them on their return home is Colonel Eric Chase. He is a lawyer and Marine Corps expert on prisoners of war. And it's nice to have you with us.
Good morning, Joan.
You served during the Vietnam War. You teach courses on laws of war. So perhaps you could just give us a bit of a background on the Geneva Conventions that would apply here.
Yes. There are 3 conventions which could apply. Mostly we're talking about the 3rd convention, which deals specifically with prisoners of war. However, I noted on the earlier news segment there were pictures of medevacs of EPWs, and the 1st convention applies to the wounded and sick. So it appears that we are complying strictly and compassionately with all of the rules that apply, including those Geneva
That, in
Conventions.
fact, the prisoners of war get the same kind of medical treatment as the Allied soldiers?
Yes, they do, to the point where the medical personnel, when they are received in the hospitals, are supposed to treat them in accordance with the seriousness of their injuries without reference to what country they happen to be from.
All right, under the 3rd convention, let's talk about some of those rules. The first one I found might surprise a lot of people, that they be paid.
Yes, there's a very specific provision with the exact amounts that prisoners get paid. It ranges from a low of, I believe, 8 Swiss francs for the lowest-ranking prisoners, up to a high of 75 Swiss francs for general officers who happen to be prisoners.
So we're talking, I don't know what the exact thing is, but $6 to $55
per month.
Per month.
Yes.
All right, so they're supposed to be paid. Obviously, they're supposed to get 3 meals a day. I think
Yes.
it says that you have to maintain the body weight, right?
Have to maintain the body weight, although I perceive in this one they are doing much better than maintaining body weight, because these EPWs have been deprived, and I suspect they're going to gain weight in captivity with us.
And then, of course, the medical treatment, and that we actually protect them from any harm.
We have an affirmative obligation to move them to the rear under the Geneva Convention as expeditiously as we can, in accordance, of course, with our own security requirements.
So we're hearing about all the logistical difficulties. How are we doing? How are the Allies doing on all
I've
these
checked as recently as yesterday, and I understand we're moving them to the rear area camps in record time, notwithstanding the logistical problems of doing it. They're reaching the Prisoner of War Information Center in the rear, run by the Allies, within a couple of days for the most part. We're getting the information we need over to the International Committee of the Red Cross, and we're doing very well under Geneva.
People have seen footage, I'm sure, of Iraqi soldiers with their hands bound, but that actually is allowed under the conventions, right?
Yes. We don't have to jeopardize our own security when we're moving these people to the rear, and people should understand that those pictures are of prisoners who are bound up toward the front before they've been moved to the rear.
You're only required under Geneva Conventions to give, what, name, rank, serial number, and service. Some of the Iraqi soldiers don't want to give that to us.
And understandably, because they're worried about retribution back home against their families if they give their names.
And in fact, a lot of them say they don't want to go back. What do we do with them?
Well, I have heard that some of them have already stated they may not want to go back. It's United States policy not to forcibly repatriate any prisoner of war, notwithstanding that there's explicit language in the convention saying that at the close of hostilities, the parties will repatriate. The interpretation of that historically has been that it's the prisoner's choice. We have discretion to grant what is called asylum in any given case. The International Committee of the Red Cross, which is the best interpreter of the convention, agrees with that under certain circumstances, a prisoner should not be forcibly repatriated if he's going to suffer bad consequences for going back.
Well, as I understand, the Saudis have already said some of them can stay there. Conceivably, could they come to the United States?
It would be up to the United States, but I think it's almost unimaginable that we would force anybody to go back to Iraq.
All right, Colonel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
A military family shares its fears and relief when Good Morning America continues.
The Iraqi POWs are being housed in compounds surrounded by barbed wire, sand walls, lights, and watchtowers.
If fighting in the Gulf ends, a terrifying war of terrorism could begin. Tonight at 11, in an Eyewitness News exclusive report.
Hussein has said blood is going to run in the streets.
And New York is a potential target for the terrorists.
We will teach you some things that you can do to detect bombs.
John Johnson takes you where top federal agents are training to fight back on U.S. front lines. Learn the dynamics of terrorism. Watch Training to Fight Terrorism. An Eyewitness News exclusive report. Tonight at 11, right here on Channel 7.
If you want to save money every week, is there a better place to shop? Yes, Waldbaum's. Save on Hellman's mayonnaise, $1.49 a quart. Get a good deal and $1 back on 15-roll bundles of Marcal paper towels, $5.99. Or 24-roll bundles of Marcal bath tissue, $3.99. And Tropicana Pure Premium Orange Juice is only $1.79 a half gallon. That's why we say one supermarket is better than the rest. Waldbaum's. Come share our values.
Unlike big juice companies, we have a different idea about corporate ladders, mergers, even stockholders' meetings.
Morning, Ed. Hi, Bob.
Fresh and natural brand, not from concentrate orange juice, is made by a co-op of Florida growers whose only business is making juices. They own the land, they own the trees, they own the company. It makes for a difference you can taste. Fresh and natural brand premium orange juice.
Right now, New York Newsday reporters are stationed all over the Middle East, covering the latest events from every possible point of view, giving New Yorkers more than headlines, blurbs, and sound bites, giving us page after page of the scope, the depth,
and the implications of every aspect of the crisis. Giving New Yorkers news and more, giving us insight, putting it in perspective, because the more we know, the better we understand.
It's one of the crueler ironies of the Gulf War so far that among the worst casualties sustained by American forces have occurred far behind the front lines. You remember that on Monday a Scud missile landed on an Allied encampment in Dhahran, crashing into a converted barracks and mess hall, and 28 American servicemen were killed in that blast, and 100 more were wounded. Among the wounded was Specialist Edwin McCauley of the 14th Quartermaster Corps out of Greensburg, Pennsylvania.
I am nervous a little bit, but I'm just taking day by day to make it easier on myself.
Specialist McCauley's parents, Edwin and Carolyn McCauley, are joining us this morning from the Westmoreland Red Cross in Greensburg, Pennsylvania, along with Sherry Skufka, who's Director of Emergency Social Services for the Westmoreland chapter of the Red Cross. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Mr. McCauley, had you heard about this incident before you had a chance to talk to your son?
Yes, I did. Well, I saw the incident, and gut feeling told me he could very possibly have been involved in it.
So you knew it had landed in the area where he was. How soon before he called you?
I would say approximately 2 hours.
And I suspect you were most relieved to hear that phone call.
More relieved of anything I've ever been in my life.
Mrs. McCauley, obviously everybody's thoughts are with the 28 who died, and I gather some of those were from Greensburg, right?
As far as I know, yes.
Do you know any of the families?
Of the injured?
No, of the dead.
Not personally, no.
How bad were Edwin's injuries?
They told us, what he told my husband, he had 3 stitches in his arm, and that emotionally he was just really upset.
Mr. McCauley, did he have any warning that Scud was coming? Did he have any sense that there was going to be an attack? Did they have any foreknowledge?
Apparently, from what he told me on the phone, the alarms went off, and he was going to get his gas mask. And apparently when he was getting it, now I don't know whether he got it on or not, but when he went to get it, he said that's when it just broke loose.
Sherry Skufka, I know that you and the Red Cross don't have notification responsibilities, but you do work with the families when they've been touched, and your area has been rather hard hit, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Greensburg is feeling just the sympathy and such sorrow for the tragedy that's happened.
I was amazed that Greensburg suffered casualties in the USS Iowa incident, in the Lockerbie Pan Am 103, in the Marine Barracks in Lebanon, now again. I mean, it's you folks have had a lot of families to console, haven't you?
Yes, we have.
It's been very tough, but at least good news for the McCauleys in this incident, just injuries, and hopefully your son will be home soon. Best to you.
Thank you.
And thanks for being with us, and we'll be back.
Look for big savings throughout the store at A&P's half-price sale.
Look what we've got!
Country Pride Grade A fresh split chicken breasts, $1.32 a pound.
Look at us now!
Also half-price Breyer's ice cream frozen yogurt or light dessert, $1.99 a half gallon.
Clouds and sunshine tomorrow, becoming breezy and milder, the high all the way up to 50. And the AccuWeather 5-day outlook calls for some sunshine on Friday with breezy and mild conditions, cloudy with rain at times on Saturday and on Sunday. I'm Art McFarland. Enjoy your day. Good Morning America continues in a moment.
On the next Live with Regis and Kathy Lee, Linda Evans talks about realizing your dreams, and poof, it's makeover winner number 3.
Today at 9.
Right here on Channel 7.
Living with AIDS, have nowhere to turn? Call the Lower East Side Family Union at 260-0040. Services are confidential and free.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joan London.
And I'm Charles Gibson. It's Wednesday, February 27th. Nice to have you with us. And we're going to turn our attention to those oil fires that are burning in Kuwait.
That's right, because Allied military officials say the Iraqis have set at least 500 oil wells on fire in Kuwait, and those fires are expected to burn for months. Well, today we will find out how oil experts are going to snuff out those fires in those wells.
And President Bush has made it clear that to combat enemy forces are going to have to surrender or face even more crushing defeats. The fighting is still going on inside Kuwait, some of it stiff resistance from the Iraqi troops, as reported from the Pentagon. Retired Colonel William Taylor, who has been with us since the beginning of the war this morning, will be here again looking at the strategy involved in carrying out the president's orders and an assessment of how the Iraqi troops and the coalition forces are doing. Right now we go to Mike Schneider, who has the news in the morning. Mike?
Thank you, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. The big item this morning clearly has to be the liberation of Kuwait City. Kuwaiti soldiers leading the homecoming parade as Allied forces roll through the capital of Kuwait today. Jubilant Kuwaiti citizens poured out of their homes to greet them. The celebration, simply ecstasy, smiling, waving Kuwaiti flags, and also bittersweet, telling bitter stories of their 7-month ordeal at the hands of the Iraqi occupiers. They also expressed their gratitude.
Thank you very much. And thank you, all of you. Thank you very much.
I'd like just to take this opportunity to thank all the American people and to thank Mr. Bush and all the American Army in USA. Thank you.
Now, Radio Baghdad is claiming that Iraq has pulled all of its forces out of Kuwait, but that clearly is not the case. The military says Iraqi forces are still trying to head north across the border into Iraq. Many are still being taken prisoner both in Kuwait and in Iraq itself. And in Iraq as well, the war goes on. British, French, and American allies are fighting 3 divisions of Iraq's Republican Guards in a battle that we're told began 2 days ago. But the Iraqis are trapped. Allied tanks to their west, bombed out bridges and Allied paratroops to their north, Iran over on the east, and liberated Kuwait to the south. ABC's Barry Dunsmore is now standing by in our London bureau. Barry, it appears that a military victory clearly is at hand here. It may take a while, it may take days or hours, maybe even weeks, we can't tell. But obviously, in a broader sense, the question has to be, where does this lead in terms of regional resolutions of problems?
Well, the point is, Mike, that we have won a very important victory, and Kuwait is free, but actually the Middle East is not any closer to peace. There are some very important political and sociological issues that have to be dealt with. There's the question of how or whether to rearm. There's the question of denuclearization. There's the question of sharing the wealth. And finally, of course, there's the very important Arab-Israeli dispute. It's no closer to being resolved, and until it is, the Middle East will continue to be a very dangerous place.
Barry, the other thing that comes to mind here is that there seems to have been a strain created between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. Mr. Gorbachev, giving a speech in Minsk, I guess it was yesterday, was clearly worked up and talked about strains in what he called a fragile relationship. Where is that likely to lead us?
Well, that's certainly a very major concern, because let's face it, Saddam Hussein in Iraq, a third-rate power, and not really a great threat to the United States. The Soviet Union may be a third-world country in many respects, but it still has the weapons that could destroy us. So the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union is still the most important thing going. And at the moment, it's not very sound. Gorbachev talked about that relationship being fragile. Today in one of the newspapers, they talked about the American 20th century barbarianism in terms of what we were doing in Kuwait and Iraq. So clearly there's a problem there, and we're going to have to address it.
All right, Barry, thank you very much. ABC's Barry Dunsmore, live for us this morning from London. Back in this country now, South Dakota State Senate has killed by just one vote what could have become one of this country's most restrictive, if not the most restrictive, anti-abortion law. It would have allowed abortions only in cases of rape, incest, dangers to the mother's physical health, or a doctor's certificate that the fetus was severely handicapped. The bill had passed the state House of Representatives overwhelmingly, and the governor of South Dakota had promised to sign it, but the state Senate said no. And finally, there is evidence now, scientists say, that the South Pole used to be much warmer than it is now, and they say that they have the proof. They say they have found 3 fossilized tree leaves there, evidence that beech trees in fact, grew in Antarctica as recently as 3 million years ago. Until now, scientists had believed that Antarctica was covered with ice for the past 15 million years. Dr. Bill Gush probably has an explanation for that. I am sure he has the weather forecast. Bill?
Thank you, Mike. I think we'll just stick with North America given the short time we have. It won't be as warm as the Antarctic used to be in a lot of places, or as cold as it is today across the U.S., but certainly cold air is plunging down into the eastern part of the country. Another chilly morning in Dixie as well. Like yesterday, the warm spots are really out west, with the 70s all the way up into the central valleys. There's some white stuff falling out of the clouds, along with those cold temperatures in the northern tier of states, with some rain along the Texas Gulf Coast. That California rain has finally begun to move in. As we go into the day Sunday tomorrow, those California rains will continue to pump in, but they will begin to spread eastward into the Intermountain region. And there is one heck of a lot of moisture here. It's got to go east because that's the way the winds are pushing it. And what I'm suggesting is if we go through the end of the week into the weekend, all that moisture is going to be working its way into the eastern part of the country with lots of rain for some folks and probably lots of snow for others. We'll keep watching it. That's a look at the national weather picture. Here's what you can expect now in your area.
Good morning. This is meteorologist Bill Evans with the AccuWeather forecast. A mix of clouds and sun today with a chilly wind, high 40. Tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low 28. Tomorrow, sunshine and mild, high of 50.
Next, we'll take a look at those burning oil fields, a tough job for even a veteran firefighter, as Good Morning America continues.
Lights. So, to show you how sales are doing, I've prepared...
You never know what the day will bring, but the unexpected's a real sure thing.
When your body responds to sudden stress, Sure responds on demand.
Lights.
Sure's on-demand formula helps keep you dry.
Isn't it better to talk face-to-face?
On demand, you're more sure. Raise your hand.
Sales
On demand,
nice job.
you're more sure.
When you're cooking your best, nothing tastes quite like butter. Nothing bastes quite like butter. Nothing bakes quite like butter.
Butter.
Butter! When you're cooking your best, nothing tastes quite like butter.
These days, you need all the help you can get.
But where do you get it?
At Color Tile, where our prices are even lower than last year. Like DuPont Stainmaster Carpet, just $10.99.
You won't believe what I got for 49 cents.
Yes, we've lowered our price on no-wax vinyl tile. And on ceramics, too.
Free. I got more than half of my mini blinds for free.
We do it for you. Mini blinds, buy one, get two free. When the going gets tough, go to Color Tile's biggest sale of the year.
Hurry. Sale ends Sunday.
Top Shelf presents The Impatient Gourmet.
Show you how to make a good, wholesome meal when you barely have time for a snack. Forget this stuff. Get Top Shelf. 2 minutes in the microwave, you got it made. Bon appetit.
Top Shelf, for people who want to eat right now.
37 minutes after. In November, Saddam Hussein promised he'd turn the Persian Gulf oil fields into a sea of fire. So now the fighting of the hundreds of oil fires will be a difficult and dangerous job. And joining us this morning from our affiliate KTRK in Houston, Texas, is Jim Lebo. Jim Lebo is Vice President of Operations for Wild Well Control, specialist in fighting oil well fires, and one of the companies the Kuwaiti government has already contracted to extinguish these fires once the war is over. Mr. Lebo, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm okay. We've heard all sorts of numbers as to how many fires there are. What do you hear? How many oil well fires?
We've heard in excess of 250 officially. We've also heard rumors that as many as 500.
As I understand it, some of these have been blown up but are not necessarily burning, and others, in fact, are burning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, how do you go about putting out these fires, and can you put out all the fires?
Joan, primarily the first thing you have to do is make an inspection, see what the situation exists at hand. We can view what we can see from video and satellite photography, but to get on the ground and see the situation and treat each well as an individual case is the first thing that we have to do.
How long does it take to do each well?
To cap a well, depending on the size of it and the severity of the damage, varies anywhere from 3 to 5 days on less severe wells to as much as 10 to 15 days on more severely damaged wells.
When we hear that it could take years, is that accurate?
Well, that's a possibility always. We don't plan for it to take quite that long, but that possibility does exist.
I'm told that water is used to extinguish, and yet, how so?
Well, characteristically, you can inject large volumes of water into the flow of oil from the wellhead itself as it's flowing upward and virtually drown out the fire.
Is that going to be a difficult thing, though, to get the amount of water you'd need out there in the desert?
Yes, that is quite difficult. That's quite difficult.
All right, now we've got some tape that I want to show, and I'll kind of go over it with you. The main objective here, as I understand it, of this process is to replace the damaged valves that cap the oil well, and this is done by unbolting them or cutting them with pressurized water and sand, or actually exploding them. There's the water and sand. And then the explosives are used to extinguish the actual fire that shoots up. Some would find that ironic that explosives cause this problem and now explosives would be used to solve it.
That is correct. It's very ironic, but the secondary explosion that we place there ourselves actually drives the supply of air away from the base of the flame or point of ignition, therefore starving the fire of any air which is required for ignition.
What's the toughest part of this, and how dangerous is this for the people working on it?
Well, the toughest part, in our opinion, is getting the valve system on to secure the well flow. At that particular point, when you have extinguished the flame, you have live crude oil all around you, and you have the high possibility for reignition. So you have a series that we would provide and do prior to ignition of cooling the area for some period of time.
So the toughest part is getting in there, but the most dangerous part can actually be after the fire's out?
That is correct. That's always the most critical point, is till you have the valve shut.
On kind of a personal note, I understand you have a special connection to some of these oil wells over there?
Yes, ma'am, I sure do.
You lived there as a child while, your dad was part of the building process of some of these oil wells, right?
Yes, ma'am. Back in 1957, 58, and 59, my father drilled several of the wells in northern Kuwait in the Rodatane field. In fact, I spent about 2 years up in North Kuwait myself doing the troubles in Beirut and Iraq in 58.
You told me earlier that it's going to be maybe 4 or 5 weeks before you actually go over there. Is this in order for all the mines to be detonated and to get equipment over?
That is correct. That would be the earliest that we could get equipment in there, unless arrangements are made and the progress that's been made to date has been updated quite a bit. 4 to 5 weeks is what we had planned on in the past before the retaking of Kuwait.
To ship everything over there by ship or by plane, right?
Mostly air charter would be going directly into the area of operations.
Well, safe trip. Jim Libo, thank you very much.
Thank you kindly, ma'am.
It is 42 minutes after the facts about Oman, Saudi Arabia's oil-rich neighbor, when Good Morning America continues.
Something as delicate as your face doesn't come with washing instructions. But if it did, this would be the one. So there's a new way to wash with 1/4 moisturizing cream that won't dry your face like soap, so your face feels softer, smoother. New Dove Beauty Wash. It's the washing instruction for your most delicate possession.
People are saying these are gloomy times for the real estate market. However, Coldwell Banker would like to point out some bright spots. We believe today's prices and attractive interest rates make right now a great time to buy a home. Coldwell Banker believes this buyer's market has also created excellent opportunities for home sellers. But a smart move takes smart help. And we believe no one is better qualified than us. Call Coldwell Banker, a member of the Sears Financial Network.
In the midday sun, a gentle breeze, the embrace, wide eyes, remember these, the touch, the feel, the fabric of our lives, the touch, the feel of cotton, the fabric of our lives.
That was me, Christina Ferrari, before I lost 25 pounds in 3 months on the Ultra Slim Fast plan. That was over a year ago, but the best part is I haven't gained back any of the weight. In fact, I weigh even less now than I did before the baby. The plan is easy. A delicious filling shake for breakfast, another for lunch, then a sensible dinner. This past year, Ariana got a lot bigger, but thanks to Ultra Slim Fast, I got a lot slimmer.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
44 minutes after, some countries will gain from the crisis in the Gulf, others stand to lose. But one of the winners will be Oman, a neighbor of Saudi Arabia and a partner in the anti-Iraq coalition. We have asked our geography editor, Harm DeBlay, to take a closer look at some of the countries of the Persian Gulf. Here's his quick geographic look at Oman.
Oman is a geographically fragmented country, consisting not only of the eastern corner of the Arabian Peninsula, but also of an exclave at the tip of the Musandam Peninsula. This map shows Oman's great strategic importance at the choke point of the Strait of Hormuz, between the Persian Gulf and the open ocean. Oil-rich Oman gets 90% of its income from reserves that extend the length of the country. Pipelines connect the oil fields to a coastal terminal near Muscat, the capital. Oman is about the size of Nebraska, with a population of only 1.5 million, plus many foreign workers, rather like what we saw in Kuwait. It's a tradition-bound Islamic sultanate of the kind despised by Iraq and its allies. In the early 1970s, Oman faced an insurgency supported by neighboring South Yemen. This led the Sultan to sign a defense alliance with the United States in 1980, allowing the U.S. to use port and air-base facilities. That precedent may take on greater importance in the aftermath of the Gulf War. Good Morning America continues after this.
A look at the continuing strategy for crushing Iraq's army when Good Morning America continues.
Ever feel too clumsy some mornings to make a pot of coffee? Wake up to Maxwell House filter packs. Coffee blended with Colombian beans. Pre-measured in their own filters. Because better beans do make better coffee. No fumbling, no bumbling. You get a perfect pot every time. Maxwell House filter packs blended with Colombian beans. Because better beans make better coffee.
He moves fast. He fights hard. Wham, bam. Thank you, Van Damme. Welcome to hell! Death Warrant, now on video cassette and laser disc.
It begins at dawn. They've come for you, and they want what you have. It's your bed. You're Serta Perfect Sleeper, but it's the most comfortable spot in the house. It's why people are saying, I want my Serta.
If fighting in the Gulf ends, a terrifying war of terrorism could begin. Tonight at 11, in an Eyewitness News exclusive report.
Hussein has said blood is going to run in the streets of America.
And New York is a potential target for the terrorists.
We will teach you some things that you can do to detect bombs.
John Johnson takes you where top federal agents are training to fight back on U.S. front lines. Watch Training to Fight Terrorism, an Eyewitness News exclusive report. Tonight at 11, right here on Channel 7.
As chairman of the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation, I know one thing crucial to the cure. You. Please call 1-800-JDF-CURE.
Harriet Tubman was a leading conductor in the Underground Railroad. She helped more than 300 slaves escape the South to freedom in the North.
Are you retired? For an interesting volunteer position, call the Second Careers Volunteer Program at 566-1808.
11 minutes now before 9. While Saddam Hussein continues to balk at full acceptance of the Allied peace terms, of course, the Allied offensive through Kuwait and southern Iraq rolls on, and as it does, tens of thousands of Iraqi soldiers are making the decision their commander cannot and are surrendering to the advancing Allied forces. Joining us from Washington, as he has on so many mornings, to assess the rapidly changing combat situation is our military analyst, retired Colonel William Taylor. Bill, your assessment of the situation as it stands this morning?
Let's take a look at the map over here, Charlie. First of all, we've had the wide envelopment we talked about going over in this direction. Then a second envelopment that's gone about here. It's now got several prongs to the attack. Two attacks here by 1st and 2nd Marine Divisions. As you know, Kuwait City itself has been liberated. But right now, what these troops up here are doing is to interdict these Route 8 up here to make sure that none of the forces coming out of here can escape up into northern Iraq. And we already have knocked out the major ways, the major roads, crossings that can be used for Iraqis to move north into Iraq and try to escape out of this envelopment.
Bill, really what you're telling me is that if you want to retreat, if you're an Iraqi commander and you want to take your soldiers and retreat, you got to fight your way into retreat.
That's right. This can be called a withdrawal. It can be called a retreat. But the fundamental is our troops have been told, as long as those Iraqis are in tanks, armored personnel carriers, with artillery pieces, carrying weapons, go get them. Don't let them out.
We are told still within the body of Kuwait that there is fairly isolated but still stiff resistance coming from some of the Republican Guard. How would you characterize that? Is that just spotty fighting, or is it still indications that there is fight left in the Iraqi forces?
No, the reports I'm getting is that it's still fairly heavy fighting. You've still got the Republican Guard up here. Some of them are fighting right now. About 3 divisions are being fought by 4 of our divisions. And a lot of these troops are trying to escape, trying to cross the Euphrates wherever they can. They've shoved sand into some of the more narrow places. They're trying to put in pontoon bridges. But remember, we still have that remarkable situation of total unchallenged air superiority, without which we couldn't pull a lot of this off.
Well, Bill, you've commanded troops in the field, and I wonder about what it would be like to be in command of American troops who are still engaged with Iraqi forces that are fighting. Because here your troops know the war is virtually at an end. This is going to end victorious, and yet you keep thinking, here I am stuck with the last fight. I mean, how do you keep the troops up for that?
Well, if I can extrapolate back to things that I've read in military history and my own experience on the ground with a rifle battalion in Vietnam, American troops are some of the most interesting in the world. They'll grouse around when they want to get started. When the battle's supposed to start, they want to get with it. They can understand, get reports that there are mass surrenders going on. But if you're in an M1 tank and you're looking across a flat piece of terrain and you see T-72s over there, you're not thinking about anything other than getting your laser laid on that guy and get him out of the way. They are totally focused on this combat, not high politics.
Good point. Let me ask you for your assessment of the mass surrenders that we've had from Iraqi troops. What does it say to you, A, about the leadership of those troops, and B, about the ordeal that they've gone through?
I think on the second day we first talked, Charlie, we were talking about what it meant for our aircraft to go out after their command and control centers to destroy them. The attempt was to break down the communications between the leaders and the lead, the soldiers, the foot soldiers, the tank drivers and gunners on the ground. Also, we went after their ammunition supplies, their food supplies, their water supplies. We just broke down morale. And clearly, as we said a couple of weeks ago, once morale starts to break, it cascades. And we referred back to the Falkland Islands case, where the British did many of the things we're doing. Once the surrender started, it just hit en masse. And they threw down their arms and surrendered.
Historic pictures in the last 24 hours of the liberators going into Kuwait City reminds you of pictures from World War II when France was liberated and the citizenry turned out so gratefully. These are historic pictures. Are they historic tactics from this war? Are these the kind of tactics that military students are going to be studying years hence?
With the exception of the fact that we had total air superiority, there have been a lot of things happen in this campaign that test a lot of our new air-land battle doctrine developed in the very late 70s and throughout the 1980s. It's going classic air-land battle doctrine. I could give you examples of what we're doing. But this battle will be studied over and over for lessons learned. It looks really good so far.
All right, Bill Taylor, thank you very much. And we're going to get a full assessment of how it has gone from General Norman Schwarzkopf, who has been in command of all of the coalition forces. His briefing is going to come at 1:30 Eastern Time. You can move that back depending on what time zone you're in, and of course ABC News will be carrying it. Our thanks to Bill Taylor again. It's coming up now in 5 minutes before the hour. Good Morning America continues in just a moment.
The nerve to tell me that I should make up a list of people that I could call long distance and be funny in 8 seconds. In 8 seconds, I'm not that funny. The only thing I can do in 8 seconds is tell my agent to get me a better job.
Why is Jackie Mason making a list and giving it to MCI? Find out March 18th.
Some things you just can't bottle. A touch, a nuzzle. And only you can give your baby breast milk, the most complete baby food. But if the time ever comes when you need a formula, you should know this. No formula is more nutritious than Gerber baby formula. Talk to your doctor about it. If it doesn't come from you, shouldn't it come from Gerber?
Kids, there are 9 different kinds of Del Monte vegetable classics. That's enough for dinner every night of the week with 2 left over.
New Del Monte vegetable classics. So easy and delicious, some people are nervous.
Hey, Bob. Looks like you've got a lot of bills to pay. And it looks like you need more room at home. Homeowners, if you need money to consolidate bills or make home improvements, call American Mortgage at 1-800-456-CASH. Get the money you need regardless of credit problems. Your interest may be tax deductible, and we're an approved FHA Title I lender. Call 1-800-456-CASH. Now, aren't you glad you called American Mortgage?
We sure are.
We went to an authentic German baker to bring you the best strudel.
Guten Morgen.
Presenting Pillsbury Toaster Strudel Breakfast Pastry.
Von den Freezer.
Delicate strudel, bursting with juicy fruit flavors. You just warm.
Und Eisen on den Toppen.
16 layers of flaky, delicate pastry that's so delicious.
Nicht sagt lieber. I mean, nothing says lovin' like my toaster strudel.
3 before the hour, as you head out this morning, will you have good weather for the day? Bill Gooch has the answer.
Thank you, Charlie. Let's take a look at the nation's weather. And the big weather story really is rain coming into California. Not normally good news, but they need it badly out there. And over the next couple of days, as much as 2 inches may fall, especially along the central coast. It may be actually too much, too quick. We'll have to wait and see. Light snow across the northern tier states, some rain along the Gulf Coast. Everybody else has sunshine. Joan,
I
Charlie?
like that technical term, tons of rain. Tomorrow, more of our coverage on the last days of the Gulf War and the diplomatic obstacles to peace.
And that Schwarzkopf briefing, 1:30 Eastern Time, 10:30 Western Time, 12:30 Midwestern Time, 11:30 Mountain Time. Got that all? ABC News will have it. We'll be back tomorrow. See you then.
Plus Case History, Detroit's Focus Hope, fighting racism and poverty through job training.
Almost immediately we found out that a fairly well-trained black machinist had a good job waiting.
Retired engineers help teach machining and metalworking.
Anything that anyone asks us to do, from aerospace all the way down to fixing a pulley on a truck, we will be able to do it.
Call this number to find out about job skills training or to start a program in your area.
Wednesday, a cop's designs on Julie.
I'm going to give up police work and buy some spray paint.
Give him an appreciation for the arts.
Appreciate this. A raw expression of subculture, don't you agree?
It's a culture clash on Equal Justice, Wednesday.
I'm Gary Collins.
I'm Dana Fleming. On the next home show, Will Schreiner thrills another viewer by cleaning her house and minding the kids.
Learn how to blend spices to help lose weight.
We'll show you children's books whose heroes have handicaps.
And Patrick Duffy will join us. You should, too.
What's a surefire prescription for fun?
Why, Wheel of Fortune, of course. Join me, Vanna White,
And me, Pat Sajak.
tonight at 7:30.
Right here on Channel 7.
You know the advantages of leasing a Cadillac. Well, now there's a GMAC Smart Lease with twice those advantages. There's no down payment, and it's only $498 a month for 36 months. And look twice. Choose either the 1991 Sedan DeVille or Eldorado, but you must see your Tri-Statesman now. Whichever Cadillac you choose, it comes fully equipped. Cadillac style. No down payment, $498 a month, 36 months. A smart lease that's twice as smart. Okay, all right. My definition of success is size 8.
A size 6?
Or
A firm chin. Somebody called me skinny. Success is a 23-inch waist. Arms that do go wiggle woggle.
You can sit in a chair and have room for your purse beside you.
That's success.
I have no hips.
You what?
Success is losing weight with Jenny Craig.
Yeah!
Hey, Jenny, it worked.
Join our new Success program for only $185 service fee. Call 1-800-76-JENNY.
Channel 7 celebrates the rich and diverse heritage of the black community.
Coming up next, it's Live with Regis and Kathy Lee. Today, the elegant and eloquent Linda Evans tells how the world remains her dynasty as she's shaping her own destiny. And we'll reveal the still unknown secret surrounding Regis's identical twin brother, Rex. Plus, entertainment reporter Claudia Cohen gives the inside story about Queen Elizabeth and Sarah Ferguson. Also, we've waved our magic wand over Tanya, a struggling single mom who lost her job and her self-confidence. Don't miss her sparkling transformation as she starts life anew with our Cinderella makeover, all next on Live. And now, here's Regis Philbin and Kathy Lee Gifford.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's Wednesday, February 27th, 1991. Yesterday, the local weather forecast.
And as you please, a low fixed rate
with no points,
and fast approval.
usually within 2 weeks,
Closing costs held to a minimum.
and a tax deduction too.
Well, right now Anchor's got home equity money to lend, just the way you want it. So if you need up to $250,000 fast, come see us.
We're your Anchor bankers.
Here for you. Guess where we're going?
I've got to shop Grand Union. Everything's so fresh. Grand Union. They've got such variety. Grand Union. Those red hot specials. Grand Union. It's where I want to be.
This week's specials: High C fruit drink, 69 cents. Progresso chicken soups, 99 cents. Sundance sparklers, 99 cents. And Skippy dog food, 3 for $1.
There's a lot to love at Grand Union.
The largest size blouse I ever bought was a 52. I have changed with Jenny Craig, not only my physical appearance, but the way I feel about inside. The counselors there make you believe in yourself because they care. They've given me back to me, and that's something. How can you thank somebody for that? Join our new Success program for only $185 service fee. Call 1-800-76-JENNY.
Channel 7 celebrates the rich and diverse heritage of the black community.
From ABC News, this is a Gulf War update.
Hello, I'm Mike Schneider in New York. The biggest tank battle of the Gulf War is now being fought in the Iraqi desert, just across the border from Kuwait. 3 Republican Guard divisions are holding out against surrounding Allied forces. 7 more Americans have now been killed in the ground war, bringing the total to 11. Thousands of Iraqi soldiers are still surrendering. Some of them have been wounded. They're being taken to field hospitals. Jubilant Kuwaitis now celebrating freedom for the first time in 7 months. Kuwaiti soldiers leading the Allied liberators into the capital, Kuwait City. The Kuwaitis also told ABC's Forrest Sawyer that hundreds, perhaps thousands of civilian prisoners were taken away by the Iraqis. This has been a Gulf War update.
And today there is going to be a family showdown.
I am the one that went to the repossession agent because I had them filed.
I know that.
You did not.
But the payments were not
They were behind. I lost.
Karen, hon. Gordon, before you go to jail, I think you should be fixed. That's number one.
He already is.
Just like they do to cats and dogs.
Pardon me?
Just like they do to cats and dogs who have no control.
Oh, he's already sick.
I've already had that.
But they just need to castrate him now.
My question for all of you, yeah, that's a good idea.
That is the best.
But my question for all of you wives, did all of you know about each other?
No.
Or did he just throw the bill to everybody?
He threw the same line of to everybody.
I have to say that I probably knew more about his marital history than any of the rest
But did
of them.
you know he'd been married before you 11 times?
Uh-huh.
You knew 11 times?
But now I believe that he wouldn't do the same thing to me because we grew up together, and I believed everything he told me. What can I say?
You're the only one in his life.
Must be his boots, because there ain't nothing else.
I'd just like to know what this man has that all these women are attracted to him.
Not a damn thing, and we all found it out too late.
But you know,
that's right.
Yeah, but that's a valid question because you guys have to admit that he does have a charming line.
He doesn't. He's not much in bed. Let me tell you that. But other than that, he's a great talker. He's a great talker. You believe in him at the time, okay?
You beg to have him back, and that's Mark.
Well, I don't want him back now. That was how many years ago?
You spent 5 years waiting for me to come home.
That's
your own words. That was your own words, lady.
Question. I'd like to know all total out of how many wives, how many children do you have?
6. I have 6 children.
Fair enough.
Very beautiful children.
He was honest with me when I married him. He was talking about not telling each other about the wives.
But you knew there were 4 others.
Yes, he told me about each and every one of them.
He wasn't even honest on our marriage certificate. He put down Margaret as being his last wife on our marriage certificate.
I just want to know, what do you tell all your children?
He doesn't.
His children.
My oldest children know me very well. We're in good contact. We're in good relationship. My children have no bearing on what I do outside of how I treat them. My 2 youngest children with Margaret, since 1981, I have tried to see them. She has, when I told her I was coming, she would pack them up and leave. She has
wait a minute. Wait a second.
told me over the phone, you will not see them.
Wait a second. My daughter just received her first birthday card on her 19th birthday.
For the last 3 years, I have not even known where they were because you moved and didn't bother to let me know.
That's not true. You did too know where they were because I got graduation tickets to go to Kathy's graduation.
Nalvia told you where we
That's
were.
That's right. 2 years ago.
I have a right to move, my dear.
At my oldest daughter's wedding reception, they finally told me where you had been for 3 years.
That's right.
I had not known where they were.
Let's talk, let's do in favor, all right? Carol, you were married. He was honest with you. You knew there were 4 others. You were married to him for the longest. Is Carol the longest?
Yes.
You're the only one who knows.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but he lied, Sally.
How long were you married?
I will not. Don't
8
you dare
years.
tell me to shut up.
Did you tell her to shut up?
Yes,
but I've been doing that for 45 years.
No, you have not. Don't feel yourself that way. No one ever told you to take care of me.
I don't think you should tell her to shut up.
My parents didn't want you around me because they worried about your influence on me.
That was after we became teenagers, dear.
No, it was not, dear.
Oh, dear, now.
Don't you use that sarcastic tone to me.
First of all, I want to ask, is anybody here married to him?
Raise your hand.
We all want to know. Second of all, what I really want to do is, can I know something about your background, like your mom and dad, like how were you brought up?
How was I brought up?
To lie like this? I mean,
I was taught by an expert.
You, excuse me?
As far as conning and talking and telling lies, I was taught by an expert.
Who was the expert?
My mother.
That is not true. She is my aunt, and that's a lie.
Gordon, your mother is the most precious woman in the world.
Yeah, you bet.
Right.
Did she not make you take a semi-trailer load to a daughter that you had accepted of a bed, a dresser, and everything?
That's true, yes.
She did.
No, she gave it to me, and I gave it to her.
She said to make sure Karen's daughter gets this. She had never even seen my daughter, didn't know a thing about her but a picture.
Karen,
your mother would not give something to someone she never met.
Sure she would if she didn't have any use for it.
Yeah. Karen, I don't believe that woman is the nicest woman at all.
You never did from the day I walked in your house. All you
my
did
mother
is
spent, wait, when I was 17,
Virginia.
18 years old, my mother was taking me to the bars getting me drunk.
And
when I was 11 years old
true.
and 12 years old, she was taking me to the bars and to the restaurants, showing me the etiquette on how you treat a lady and how you do your thing in a restaurant.
Excuse me, how old are you?
You're a grown man.
Don't you
know,
have
you
a mind of your own where you can change that?
Yeah.
What about the responsibility you have with your children? Excuse me?
I'm just saying that's where I was taught.
Don't even start, okay?
That's where I was
You
taught.
don't blame your parents for the mistakes you make in your life.
favor.
You walked out there, you did what you wanted to do. Your mother didn't stand there and say, do this, Gordon. You're a grown man,
Well,
or
I
at least
didn't
you're
realize,
supposed to be.
I did not realize until about the last 3 or 4 years, I've been doing a lot of self-evaluation.
And it took
because
you
I
all
know,
of 5 minutes.
I knew.
All of 5 minutes.
At least 6 or 7.
Gordon, I'll tell you what. I'm going to let you tell your story. This gentleman's been standing here. We'll listen to him go to a break, and then you can tell your story.
Yes.
Okay, these three over here seem to have the right attitude. I want to know what makes you two so sympathetic to
We
each other.
haven't had a chance to even voice our opinion. We can't get
Okay,
words
I
in.
think that's a good thing, and you're right. Let's let them voice. Thank you.
Had an opportunity.
Please,
I noticed you trying.
Carol, voice your opinion. Now, I'll give you the time. I'm sorry.
My opinion of Gordon, the marriage,
His mother.
his mother. Gordon was always very good to me. Very loving, very caring. He took my 3 children when they were extremely young. Took the responsibility in every form of rearing them, teaching them, supporting them, being a father to them, family outings, church-oriented. We had a lovely family type atmosphere. He was honest with me about the previous wives. We did everything together. It was pretty much the idyllic family.
Even you say that even after it's over.
Yes.
Yes.
I've never had any bitter feelings.
What about you,
Maybe she
Janet?
was the turning point in his life. Maybe that's when he started his...
Oh, no, he started that before.
Janet, you also had the same experience as
That can't be true,
Carol?
Karen, because Janet knows this side of him too. She knows.
Well, ask
she
Janet
married
about
his
his history. She
Janet,
told me
you've had the
like
same good experience or a bad experience?
I've had bad experiences, and I've had good. I've known him since I was 17 years old. I married him when I was 17. He went in the Navy after we were married. I had a daughter, and we lived out in California. When he went overseas in the Navy, he was on an aircraft carrier, and while he was gone, I had his son. To give a thing about his mother, his ship came back. When he had left to go overseas to Nam, we didn't know I was pregnant. He came home, he had a 4-week-old son. His mother took off with Max and didn't even bother to call me to tell me that they were going to go down and bring him home. Didn't ask me, and here I had his son, had another daughter, hadn't seen him in 9 months. Well, Janet, why didn't he call you and let you know he was home? It wasn't up to his mother. No, she did not call me.
She knew I was coming home.
I knew he was coming home, but at 4 weeks after having a baby, I But he
could
didn't
not
call
drive.
you when he got in?
They were
He just
supposed
went
to-
off with his mom?
They met the ship when it came in.
Yeah, And they I
were
know, you
supposed
told
to-
me this story. Yeah, and they were supposed to bring him home. They did not call
They
and
were
ask,
supposed to have gone and picked her up,
and they never
didn't
showed
bother.
up to pick me up.
But
at
Janet, all in all, your experience with Gordon was a satisfying, happy marriage.
While we were
Her
married,
first or
yes,
second time to him.
She married him twice?
I married him twice.
To my
Take a break,
understanding-
we'll be right back.
Can't believe this report is due this afternoon. What is that?
Craft-free Italian.
You carry Italian dressing in your purse.
Hey, I love Italian.
Obviously.
You want some?
No, thank you. No, it's too much fat.
Oh, no, this is craft-free. See, fat-free, cholesterol-free.
This sounds great.
Just try it.
Craft-free Italian non-fat dressing. Fat-free, cholesterol-free, but feel free to love the taste.
Wonder if they make ranch. What? They do?
What a tradition, King Cullen, of savings and quality.
Save on specials like these. The jumbo roll of sparkle towels, just 49 cents. Libby's Vegetables, select 16-ounce cans, 5 for $2. Pepsi Cola, regular diet or slice, 99 cents. And Dolly Madison ice cream, $1.99.
King Cullen, a tradition of savings for you.
Will you get out of my life?
You probably don't believe this, but there's a sweet side to me. It's called Sweet One. It's the only sweetener I'll use because it has no saccharin, no NutraSweet. Just a great sweet taste.
You can even bake with it.
Oh, with Sweet One, I've got everything I want. Except that Emmy. 11 years without an Emmy! What does a person have to do around here to get an Emmy?
Introducing new EPT.
That's you.
The most trusted name in home pregnancy test is now even easier. A simple, accurate stick test tells in just minutes whether you're going to have a baby or not.
Baby?
New EPT, a faster, easier way to get the big news.
Cool.
The Ujmal Black Theater offers theater workshops for adults and children. We present African-American plays and educational plays. Call 787-7944.
Spin the Wheel of Fortune tonight at 7:30 here on Channel 7.
I have a question for Gordon. Have you ever been in love with any of these women?
Oh, no.
Yes,
All of them?
to a degree.
To a degree. You were in love with all...
As much as I was able to, let's put it that way.
You've been in love with all these women to a degree?
Oh, yeah.
Gordon, you were
Despite what's going on here and what these ladies are saying, and I mean, I have done a lot of things in my life. I know that I do deserve having my butt kicked for.
This is an ABC News special report on the Gulf War. Now, reporting from New York, Mike Schneider.
Good morning to you. We're joining you this morning because there has been a development which apparently could have a major impact on the course of the war and perhaps, and we must emphasize the word perhaps, mean that it is coming shortly to an end. There is a report that is clearing the wire this morning, comes to us from Reuters, which says essentially this, that Iraq has now told the United Nations that it will accept the demand for reparations and abandon its claim to Kuwait, that in return for a ceasefire. Now, we must point out that the United States has emphasized recently that the Iraqis must publicly and also in writing announce that they will be accepting the various UN resolutions, more than a dozen, specifying the conditions under which the Iraqis would be back in the mainstream and allowed to get out from under the war that they currently find themselves in. We're going to go right now to the White House. ABC's Ann Compton is standing by there. Ann, in terms of what we're hearing, how is the White House likely to respond to this?
Just minutes before that bulletin, Mike, Marlon Fitzwater in a briefing made it clear that what they're still looking for is those Iraqi troops completely out of Kuwait and the fighting to stop. Any kind of piece of paper signed by Saddam Hussein probably would not go far enough for the Bush administration. They are talking this morning very upbeat about the liberation of Kuwait. President Bush just told an audience that this is a very upbeat day for him and the total liberation of all Kuwait is coming very, very soon.
All right, Ann Compton of the White House, thank you very much. Let's check in now. Dennis Trout is over at the Pentagon. Dennis?
Mike, the Pentagon reminds us that a requirement from the White House is that they hear this directly from Saddam Hussein, and they are waiting for that. Until then, the war goes on as normal. They're going to prosecute this until they get some definitive word, and they're going to wait for that. Mike?
All right, Dennis Trout of the Pentagon, thank you very much. Once again, to recap what we're hearing right now, Iraq has said that it has told the United Nations, and this comes to us from Reuters, reportedly coming from a radio broadcast on Radio Baghdad, that it would accept demands for reparations and abandon its claim to Kuwait for a ceasefire. And as you hear, the United States at this point seems to indicate that is simply not enough. There must be a public and also a written word direct from the Iraqis that they're willing to live with the various UN resolutions and call a halt to the war. We will be standing by with more updates as the situation develops and, of course, regular updates on the hour throughout the course of this day. For now, I'm Mike Schneider, ABC News in New York.
This has been a special report from ABC News on the Gulf War.
We now join the Sally Jesse Raphael Show, which is already in progress.
At that time, I was sent to my father with a stepmother that hated my guts and made me pay for it because I was the son of the woman who took him away from her.
But everybody grows up with family problems. I came from a divorced family.
I'm not blaming it all
and I'm going to tell you what.
Give him a chance.
Yes, but...
Hi again, welcome
Welcome back to the Home Show. I'm Dana Fleming.
And I'm Gary Collins. Coming up, the author of a best-selling children's book explains how fairy tales can help children understand real-life disabilities.
And Dallas star Patrick Duffy will tell us all about the second annual Crown Royal Hollywood Charity Horse Show and how it works in Woodsport.
But now, time again for another installment of Thrill with Will. And of course, here's Will Schreiner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dana,
How are
Jerry?
you?
You look so tan and healthy today.
Well, I was out playing golf, so I got a little sun.
Is that right? Now, this is a real departure, today's Thrill.
Oh, well, you know, the Thrill office is always trying to bring a mixed bag of thrills.
There is no Thrill office, Will.
It's
Stop
a telephone.
That. It's like a paper box.
What do you mean there's no office?
Go ahead.
The office is always, we have a staff of over 100 people making these thrills happen. And we always try to bring a mixed bag, mix it up, kind of keep it different. And I got an interesting letter. First of all, look at this stationery. Is this nice?
Well, it just goes to show you don't need the elaborate
No,
stuff.
she explained the reason
That is
she
the
uses
real letter.
this is the real letter, and the reason she uses this is to save stationery, save wood. You know,
Bless her
we're in a
heart.
ecology sort of conscious time. So let me read a little of this letter. I have a very simple thrill.
Little, yeah.
There it is. I have a husband, 2 kids. I'm one of those crazy people who can't stop from cleaning the house and doing all the chores. What I would really like to do is just sit and watch the home show in peace. Can you believe it?
Doesn't everybody?
I think so.
Well,
so she
all
wanted me to be a homemaker.
All right, all the way from Mount Olive, North Carolina is Emma K.
Hello,
Lewis.
Emma.
Come on in, Emma K.
How are
What
you?
a thrill.
Welcome.
What a request. Nice to meet you.
Dana, Gary here.
Why, of all the things that you could have had Will do, you know, I mean, you could have gone to Paris, anywhere.
Or Hilton Head.
Hey,
Or Hilton Head.
we
yes.
can't go to Paris. Don't be. They'll never let us go to
all right.
Paris.
I don't
Well,
know,
why
we
did
had
you-
some wonderful low fares yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. Why did you choose this?
I wanted to see if Will was really up for the challenge of being a housewife and mother and all the undertakings that go along with it.
You bet. They have
Give us-
no idea, do they?
Give us a little background on the size. We'll kind of explain briefly that you've chosen to write little short notes just to save paper. Do you do other things in your...
Well, I do
Your life?
recycle our paper and we recycle our plastic, and even though that's a small amount, every little bit does help.
It sure does.
And she does lots of crafts. You get a lot of craft out of this show, right?
All right, did you have to bone up for this particular thrill?
Well, you know, being an avid viewer of this show, there's so much valuable information that I was able to apply to this thrill. It was amazing. So off I went to North Carolina. Here it is. I've jumped out of airplanes. I've raced Indy cars. Being a housewife for a day. How tough can that be? Piece of cake.
Hi, Will. You ready to be a homemaker?
Darren is in jail because his mom never said no. How to stop favoritism from destroying your family on the next Oprah. Today at 4, here on Channel 7.
I never talked about my diabetes until the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation started talking about a cure. JDF has helped reduce diabetic blindness, kidney failure, and heart disease. But to cure diabetes, JDF needs you. Please call 1-800-JDF-CURE, because there is a cure, and together we'll find it.
The largest size blouse I ever bought was a 52. I have changed with Jenny Craig, not only my physical appearance, but the way I feel about inside. The counselors there make you believe in yourself because they care. They've given me back to me, and that's something. How can you thank somebody for that?
Join our new Success program for only $185 service fee. Call 1-800-76-JENNY.
One of the most successful black-owned businesses is Motown Records. It was established in Detroit in 1959 by Berry Gordy Jr.
Pop's hottest, Timmy T, sings on the next Live with Regis and Kathy Lee.
This is an ABC News special report on the Gulf War. Reporting from our world headquarters in New York, Peter Jennings.
Good afternoon, or good morning in some parts of the country. In just a couple of minutes, the commander of all the Allied forces in the Persian Gulf War, General Norman Schwarzkopf, is going to come to the press briefing room in Riyadh and give us all an update of how the campaign is going. Fairly obvious how it's going. In many cases, the fighting is almost totally finished in Kuwait, we're told by military sources. and there continue to be a couple of very vigorous battles between the Allied forces and the Republican Guard in Iraq. The Iraqis this morning have been trying to end the fighting. The Iraqi ambassador to the United Nations spoke just a while ago. Here's a brief comment from him encapsulating what they're trying to do.
We are saying that we are ready to abide by all the resolutions, and we expect the Security Council to issue immediately a ceasefire and all hostilities should stop.
The Bush administration has rejected that at the moment as saying that it is too conditional, so the war goes on as far as the alliance is concerned. ABC's Forrest City is in Kuwait City on Liberation Day. Forrest, a brief comment from you on what it's been like there today.
Well, Peter, I can tell you that for the people of Kuwait City, the fighting is well over, and it has been time for celebration. This was, for the city, Liberation Day. The people who had been in hiding for all of these 7 months came pouring out of their homes. They were dancing, they were singing, they were waving flags of Kuwait. As you can see from these pictures, they could never have shown more exuberance than this. When those tanks came rolling in, those armored personnel carriers this morning, Peter, the city broke out in an enormous smile and a great cheer, and it has not stopped yet.
Okay, Forrest, thanks very much. We'll be back to you as soon as General Schwarzkopf finishes his briefing. The Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, has been speaking in Washington, making it fairly clear what the Bush administration is trying to do now with these attacks on the Republican Guard inside Iraq. Mr. Cheney said they also want to see that Saddam Hussein or whomever ends up in power in Iraq does not build a new military. So there is a constant effort still going on in Iraq. The battle in Kuwait is essentially over to try to degrade, as the Secretary put it, the Iraqi military inside Iraq. They're trying to flee north, but it's very difficult, and General Schwarzkopf will clearly tell us
Good evening,
how
ladies
difficult.
and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. I promised some of you all a few days ago that as soon as the opportunity presented itself, I would give you a complete rundown on what we were doing and, more importantly, why we were doing it, the strategy behind what we were doing. I've been asked by Secretary Cheney to do that this evening, and so if you will bear with me, we're going to go through a briefing. I apologize to the folks over here who won't be able to see the charts, but we're going to go through a complete briefing of the operation. This goes back to 7 August to 17 January. As you recall, we started our deployment on the 7th of August. Basically, what we started out against was a couple of 100,000 Iraqis that were in the Kuwait theater of operation. I don't have to remind you all that we brought over initially defensive forces in the form of the 101st, the 82nd, the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division, the 3rd Armored Cavalry, and in essence we had them arrayed to the south behind the Saudi task force. Also, there were Arab forces over here in this area arrayed in defensive positions. And that, in essence, is the way we started. In the middle of November, the decision was made to increase the force because by that time, huge numbers of Iraqi forces had flowed into the area, and generally in the disposition as they're shown right here, and therefore we increased the forces and built up more forces. I would tell you that at this time, we made a very deliberate decision to align all of those forces within the boundary looking north towards Kuwait, this being King Khalid Military City over here. So we aligned those forces so it very much looked like they were all aligned directly on the Iraqi position. We also at that time had a very active naval presence out in the Gulf, and we made sure that everybody understood about that naval presence. One of the reasons why we did that is because it became very apparent to us early on that the Iraqis were quite concerned about an amphibious operation across the shores to liberate Kuwait, this being Kuwait City. They put a very, very heavy barrier of infantry along here, and they proceeded to build an extensive barrier that went all the way across the border, down and around and up the side of Kuwait. Basically, the problem we were faced with was this. When you looked at the troop numbers, they really outnumbered us about 3 to 2. And when you consider the number of combat service support people we had, that's logisticians and that sort of thing in our armed forces, as far as fighting troops, we were really outnumbered 2 to 1. In addition to that, they had about 4,700 tanks versus our 3,500 when the buildup was complete, and they had a great deal more artillery than we do. I think any student of military strategy would tell you that in order to attack a position, you should have a ratio of approximately 3 to 1 in favor of the attacker. And in order to attack a position that is heavily dug in and barricaded, such as the one we had here, you should have a ratio of 5-to-1 in the way of troops in favor of the attacker. So you can see basically what our problem was at that time. We were outnumbered as a minimum 3-2 as far as troops were concerned. We were outnumbered as far as tanks were concerned, and we had to come up with some way to make up the difference. Next chart, please. I apologize for the busy nature of this chart, but I think it's very important for you to understand exactly what our strategy was. What you see here is a color coding where green is a go sign or a good sign as far as our forces are concerned. Yellow would be a caution sign, and red would be a stop sign. Green represents units that have been attrited below 50% strength. The yellow are units that are between 50 and 75% strength, and of course the red are units that are over 75% strength. What we did, of course, was start an extensive air campaign, and I briefed you in quite some detail on that in the past. One of the purposes I told you at that time of that extensive air campaign was to isolate the Kuwaiti theater of operation by taking out all the bridges and supply lines that ran between the north and the southern part of Iraq. That was to prevent reinforcement and supply coming into the southern part of Iraq and the Kuwaiti theater of operation. We also conducted a very heavy bombing campaign, and many people questioned why the extensive bombing campaign. This is the reason why. It was necessary to reduce these forces down to a strength that was that made them weaker, particularly along the front line barrier that we had to go through. We continued our heavy operations out in the sea because we wanted the Iraqis to continue to believe that we were going to conduct a massive amphibious operation in this area. And I think many of you recall the number of amphibious rehearsals we had, to include Imminent Thunder, that was written about quite extensively for many reasons. But we continued to have those operations because we wanted him to concentrate his forces, which he did. I think this is probably one of the most important parts of the entire briefing I could talk about. As you know, very early on, we took out the Iraqi Air Force. We knew that he had very, very limited reconnaissance means, and therefore when we took out his Air Force, for all intents and purposes, we took out his ability to see what we were doing down here in Saudi Arabia. Once we had taken out his eyes, we did what could best be described as the Hail Mary play in football. I think you recall when the quarterback is desperate for a touchdown at the very end, what he does is he steps up behind the center, and all of a sudden every single one of his receivers goes way out to one flank, and they all run down the field as fast as they possibly can and into the end zone, and he lobs the ball. In essence, that's what we did. When we knew that he couldn't see us anymore, we did a massive movement of troops all the way out to the west, to the extreme west, because at that time we knew that he was still fixed in this area with the vast majority of his forces, and once the air campaign started, he would be incapable of moving out to counter this move, even if he knew we made it. There were some addition of troops out in this area, but they did not have the capability nor the time to put in the barrier that had been described by Saddam Hussein as an absolutely impenetrable tank barrier that no one would ever get through. I believe those were his words. So this was absolutely an extraordinary move, I must tell you. I can't recall any time in the annals of military history when this number of forces have moved over this distance to put themselves in a position to be able to attack. But what's more important, and I think it's very, very important that I make this a point, and that's these logistics bases. Not only did we move the troops out there, but we literally moved thousands and thousands of tons of fuel, of ammunition, of spare parts, of water, and of food out here into this area, because we wanted to have enough supplies on hand so that if we launched this and we got into a slugfest battle, which we very easily could have gotten into, we'd have enough supplies to last for 60 days. It was an absolutely gigantic accomplishment, and I can't give credit enough to the logisticians and the transporters who were able to pull this off, to the superb support we had from the Saudi government, the literally thousands and thousands of drivers, really of every national origin who helped us in this move out here. And of course, great credit goes to the commanders of these units who were also able to maneuver their forces out here and put them in this position. But as a result, by the 23rd of February, what you found is this situation. The front lines had been attrited down to a point where all of these units were at 50% or below. The second level, basically, that we had to face, and these were the real tough fighters that we were worried about right here, were attrited to someplace between 50 and 75%, although we still had the Republican Guard located here, and part of the Republican Guard in this area that were very strong, and the Republican Guard up in this area strong. And we continued to hit the bridges all across this area to make absolutely sure that no more reinforcements came into the battle. This was the situation on the 23rd of February. Next, please. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I shouldn't forget these fellows. That SF stands for Special Forces. We put Special Forces deep into the enemy territory. They went out on strategic reconnaissance for us, and they let us know what was going on out there, and they were the eyes that were out there, and very important that I not forget those folks. Next, please. This, then, was the morning of the 24th. Our plan initially had been to start over here in this area and do exactly what the Iraqis thought we were going to do, and that's take them on head-on into their most heavily defended area. Also, at the same time, we launched amphibious feints and naval gunfire in this area so that they continued to think that we were going to be attacking along this coast and therefore fix their forces in this position. Our hope was that by fixing the forces in this position and with this attack through here in this position, we would basically keep the forces here and they wouldn't know what was going on out in this area. And I believe we succeeded in that very well. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the Marines, the 1st Marine Division and the 2nd Marine Division, launched attacks through the barrier system. They were accompanied by the the Tiger Brigade, U.S. Army Tiger Brigade of the 2nd Armored Division. At the same time over here, 2 Saudi task forces also launched a penetration through this barrier. But while they were doing that, at 4 o'clock in the morning over here, the 6th French Armored Division, accompanied by a brigade of the 82nd Airborne, also launched an overland attack to their objective up in this area, Al Sarman Airfield. And we were held up a little bit by the weather, but by 8 o'clock in the morning, the 101st Airborne Air Assault launched an air assault deep in the enemy territory to establish a forward operating base in this location right here. Let me talk about each one of those moves. First of all, the Saudis over here on the East Coast did a terrific job. They went up against a very, very tough barrier system. They breached the barrier very, very effectively. They moved out aggressively and continued their attack up the coast. I can't say enough about the 2 Marine divisions. If I use words like brilliant, it would really be an under-description of the absolutely superb job that they did in breaching the so-called impenetrable barrier. It was a classic, absolutely classic military breaching of a very, very tough minefield, barbed wire, fire trenches type barrier. They went through the first barrier like it was water. They went across into the second barrier line. Even though they were under artillery fire at the time, they continued to open up that breach, and then they brought both divisions streaming through that breach. Absolutely superb operation, a textbook, and I think it'll be studied for many, many years to come as the way to do it. I would also like to say that the French did an absolutely superb job of moving out rapidly to take their objective out here, and they were very, very successful, as was the 101st. And again, we still had the Special Forces located in this area. What we found was as soon as we breached these obstacles here and started bringing pressure, we started getting a large number of surrenders. And I think I talked to some of you all about that this evening when I briefed you on the evening of the 24th. We found we got a large number of surrenders. We also found that these forces right here were getting a large number of surrenders and were meeting with a great deal of success. We were worried about the weather. The weather turned out was going to get pretty bad the next day, and we were worried about launching this air assault. And we also started to have a huge number of atrocities of really the most unspeakable type committed in downtown Kuwait City, to include reports that the desalinization plant had been destroyed. And when we heard that, we were quite concerned about what might be going on. Based upon that and the situation as it was developing, we made a decision that rather than wait the following morning to launch the remainder of these forces, that we would go ahead and launch those forces that afternoon. Next. So this was the situation you saw the afternoon of the 21st. The Marines continued to make great progress going through the breach in this area and were moving rapidly north. The Saudi task force on the East Coast was also moving rapidly to the north and making very, very good progress. We launched another Egyptian Arab force in this location and another Saudi force in this location, again to penetrate the barrier, but once again to make the enemy continue to think that we're doing exactly what he wanted us to do, and that's make a headlong assault into a very, very tough barrier system, a very, very tough mission for these folks here. But at the same time, what we did is continued to attack with the French. We launched an attack on the part of the entire 7th Corps where the 1st Infantry Division went through, breached an obstacle and minefield barrier here, established quite a large breach through which we passed the 1st British Armored Division. At the same time, we launched the 1st Armored Division, the 3rd Armored Division, and because of our deception plan and the way it worked, we didn't even have to worry about a barrier. We just went right around the enemy and were behind him in no time at all. And the 2nd Armored Cavalry Division. And I ought to talk, and the 24th Mech Division also launched out here in the far west, and I ought to talk about the 101st because this is an important point. Once the 101st had their forward operating base established here, they then went ahead and launched into the Tigris and Euphrates Valley. There's a lot of people who are still saying that the object of the United States of America was to capture Iraq and cause a downfall of the entire country of Iraq. Ladies and gentlemen, when we were here, we were 150 miles away from Baghdad, and there was nobody between us and Baghdad. If it had been our intention to take Iraq, if it had been our intention to destroy the country, if it had been our intention to overrun the country, we could have done it unopposed for all intents and purposes from this position at that time. But that was not our intention. We had never said it was our intention. Our intention was purely to eject the Iraqis out of Kuwait and to destroy the military power that had come in here. So this was the situation at the end of February the 24th in the afternoon. Next, please. The next 2 days went exactly like we thought they would go. The Saudis continued to make great progress up on the eastern flank, keeping the pressure off the Marines on the flank here. The Special Forces went out and started operating small boat operations out in this area to help clear mines, but also to threaten the flanks here and to continue to make them think that we were, in fact, going to conduct amphibious operations. The Saudi forces that came in and took and Arab forces that came in and took these two initial objectives turned to come in on the flank heading towards Kuwait City, located right in this area here. The British UK passed through and continued to attack up this flank, and of course the 7th Corps came in and attacked in this direction as shown here. The 24th Infantry Division made an unbelievable move all the way across into the Tigris and Euphrates Valley and proceeded in blocking this avenue of egress out, which was the only avenue of egress left because we continued to make sure that the bridges stayed down. So there was no way out once the 24th was in this area, and the 101st continued to operate in here. The French, having succeeded in achieving all of their objectives, then set up a flanking position, a flank guard position here to make sure that no forces could come in and get us from the flank. By this time, we had destroyed or rendered completely ineffective over 21 Iraqi divisions. Next, please. And of course, that then brings us to today. Where we are today is we now have a solid wall across the north of the 18th Airborne Corps, consisting of the units shown right here, attacking straight to the east. We have a solid wall here again of the 7th Corps, also attacking straight to the east. The forces that they are fighting right now are the forces of the Republican Guard. Again, today we had a very significant day when the Arab forces coming from both the west and the east closed in and moved into Kuwait City, where they are now in the process of clearing Kuwait City entirely and assuring that it's absolutely secure. The 1st Marine Division continues to hold Kuwaiti International Airport. The 2nd Marine Division continues to be in a position where it blocks any egress out of the city of Kuwait so no one can leave. To date, we have destroyed over 29, destroyed or rendered inoperable. I don't like to say destroyed because that gives you the visions of absolutely killing everyone, and that's not what we're doing. But we have rendered completely ineffective over 29 Iraqi divisions, and the gates are closed. There is no way out of here. There is no way out of here, and the enemy is fighting us in this location right here. We continue, of course, to have overwhelming air power. The air has done a terrific job from start to finish in supporting the ground forces, and we also have had great support from the Navy, both in the form of naval gunfire and in the support of carrier air. That's the situation at the present time. Next, please. Peace is not without a cost. These have been the U.S. casualties to date. As you can see, these were the casualties that we had in the air war. Then, of course, we had the terrible misfortune of the Scud attack the other night, which, again, because the weapon malfunctioned, it caused death, unfortunately, rather than a proper function. And then, of course, these are the casualties in the ground war to death, the total being as shown here. Next. Hold it. Hold on for 1 second. 1 second is up. Next, please. We'll put all these charts that have them available for you afterwards. Now, I would just like to comment briefly about that casualty chart. The loss of one human life is intolerable to any of us who are in the military. But I would tell you that casualties of that order of magnitude, considering the job that's been done and the number of forces that are involved, is almost miraculous as far as the light number of casualties. It'll never be miraculous to the families of those people, but it is miraculous. Anyhow, this is what's happened to date with the Iraqis. They started out with over 4,000 tanks. As of today, we have over 3,000 confirmed destroyed, and I do mean destroyed or captured. And as a matter of fact, that number is low because you can add 700 to that as a result of the battle that's going on right now with the Republican Guard. So that number is very, very high, and we've almost completely destroyed the offensive capability of the Iraqi forces in the Kuwaiti theater of operation. The armored vehicle count is also very, very high, and of course you can see we're doing great damage to the artillery. The battle is still going on, and I suspect that these numbers will mount rather considerably. Next. I wish I could give you a better number on this. To be very honest with you, this is just a wild guess. It's an estimate that was sent to us by the field today at noontime, but the prisoners out there are so heavy and so extensive, and obviously we're not in the business of going around counting noses at this time to determine precisely exactly what the exact number is. But we're very, very confident that we have well over 50,000 prisoners of war at this time, and that number is mounting on a continuing basis. I would remind you that the war is continuing to go on. Even as we speak right now, there's fighting going on out there. Even as we speak right now, there are incredible acts of bravery going on. This afternoon, we had an F-16 pilot shot down. We had contact with him. He had a broken leg on the ground. 2 helicopters from the 101st, they didn't have to do it, but they went in to try and pull that pilot out. One of them was shot down, and we're still in the process of working through that. But that's the kind of thing that's going on out on that battlefield right now. It is not a Nintendo game. It is a tough battlefield where people are risking their lives at all time, and they're great heroes out there, and we ought to all be very, very proud of them. That's the campaign to date. That's the strategy to date, and I'd now be very happy to take any questions anyone might have. Yes, sir.
I want to go back to the air war. The chart you showed there with the attrition rates of the various forces was almost the exact reverse of what most of us thought was happening. It showed the frontline troops attrited to 75% or more, and the Republican Guards, which a lot of public focus was on when we were covering the air war, attrited at less than 75. Why is that? I mean, how did it come to pass?
Put that chart up again, Roger, will you please? Let me tell you how we did this. We started off, of course, against the strategic targets. I briefed you on that before. At the same time, we were hitting the Republican Guard. But the Republican Guard, you must remember, is a mechanized armor force for the most part that is very, very well dug in and very, very well spread out. So in initial stages of the game, we were hitting the Republican Guard heavily, but we were hitting them with strategic-type bombers rather than pinpoint precision bombers. For lack of a better word, what happened is the air campaign shifted from the strategic phase into the theater, and we knew all along that this was the important area. The nightmare scenario for all of us would have been to go through, get hung up in this breach right here, and then have the enemy artillery rain chemical weapons down on troops that were in a gaggle in the breach right there. That was the nightmare scenario. So one of the things that we felt we must have established is an absolute, as much destruction as we could possibly get of the artillery, the direct support artillery that would be firing on that wire. That's why we shifted it in the very latter days. We absolutely punished this area very heavily, because that was the first challenge. Once we got through this and we're moving, then it's a different war. Then we're fighting our kind of war. Before we get through that, we're fighting their kind of war, and that's what we didn't want to have to do. At the same time, we continued to attrit the Republican Guard, and that's why I would tell you that, again, the figures that we're giving you are conservative. They always have been conservative, but we promised you at the outset we weren't going to give you anything inflated. We're going to give you the best we had. Yes, sir. Right.
You seem to have about, he seems to have about 500 or 600 tanks left out of more than 4,000 as just an example. I wonder if in an overview, despite these enormously illustrative pictures, you could say what's left of the Iraqi army in terms of how long could it be before he could ever be a regional threat or a threat to the region again?
Well, there's not enough left of it at all for him to be a regional threat to the region, an offensive regional threat. As you know, he's got a very large army, but most of the army that is left north of the Tigris-Euphrates Valley is an infantry army. It's not an armored army. It's not an armor-heavy army, which means it really isn't an offensive army. So it doesn't have enough left unless someone chooses to rearm them in the future.
You said you've got all these divisions along the border which were seriously attrited. It figures to be about 200,000 troops, maybe, that were there. You've got 50,000 prisoners. Where's the rest of them?
There was a very, very large number of dead in these units, a very, very large number of dead. We even found them when we went into the units ourselves and found them in the trench lines. There were very heavy desertions. At one point, we had reports of desertion rates of more than 30% of the units that were along the front here. As you know, we had quite a large number of POWs that came across, and so I think it's a combination of desertions. There's a combination of people that were killed. There's a combination of the people that we've captured, and there's a combination of some other people who are just flat still running. Yes, sir.
It seems that you've done so much that the job is effectively done. Can I ask you, what do you think really needs more to be done? Because his forces are, if not destroyed, certainly no longer capable of posing a threat to the region. They seem to want to go home. What more has to be done?
Put the last chart up, please. The last arrow, the large arrow. If I'm to accomplish the mission that I was given, and that's to make sure that the Republican Guard is rendered incapable of conducting the type of heinous act that they've conducted so often in the past, what has to be done is these forces continue to attack across here and put the Republican Guard out of business. We're not in the business of killing them. We have PSYOP aircraft up. We're telling them over and over again, all you got to do is get out of your tanks and move off, and you will not be killed. But they're continuing to fight, and as long as they continue to fight, we're going to continue to fight with them. Yes, back here.
General, that move on the extreme left, which got within 150 miles of Baghdad, was it also part of the plan that the Iraqis might have thought that it was going to Baghdad, and would that have contributed to the deception?
I wouldn't have minded at all if they'd gotten a little bit nervous about it. I really, and I mean that very sincerely. I would have been delighted if they'd gotten very, very nervous about it. Frankly, I don't think they ever knew it was there. I think they never knew it was there until the door had already been closed on them. Yeah, right through there.
General, I'm wondering how much resistance there still is in Kuwait. And I'm wondering what you would say to people who would say the purpose of this war was to get the Iraqis out of Kuwait, and they're now out. What would you say to that public that is thinking that right now?
I would say that there was a lot more purpose of this war than just get the Iraqis out of Kuwait. The purpose of this war was to enforce the resolutions of the United Nations. There's some 12 different resolutions of the United Nations, not all of which have been accepted by Iraq to date, as I understand it. Okay? But I got to tell you that in the business of the military, of a military commander, my job is not to go ahead and at some point say, well, that's great, they've just now pulled out of Kuwait. Even though they're still shooting at us, they're moving backwards, and therefore I've accomplished my mission. That's not the way you fight it, and that's not the way I would ever fight it. Back in the back, please. Yeah,
so you talked about heavy press coverage of imminent thunder early on and how it helped fool the Iraqis into thinking that it was a serious operation. I wondered if you could talk about other ways in which the press contributed to the campaign.
I don't want to. I would rather not. First of all, I don't want to characterize imminent thunder as being only a deception, because it wasn't. We had every intention of conducting amphibious operations if they were necessary, and that was a very, very real rehearsal, as were the other rehearsals. I guess I would. The one thing I would say to the press that I was delighted with is in the very, very early stages of this operation, when we were over here building up and we didn't have very much on the ground, you all were giving us the credit for a whole lot more over here. And as a result, that gave me quite a feeling of confidence that we might not be attacked quite as quickly as I thought we were going to be attacked. Other than that, I would not like to get into the remainder of the question. Over here. Yes, sir.
General, what kind of fight is going on with the Republican Guard? And is there any more fighting going on in Kuwait, or is Kuwait essentially out of the action?
No. The type of fight that's going on with the Republican Guard right now is just a classic tank battle. You've got fire and maneuver. You've got they are continuing to fight and shoot at us as our forces move forward, and our forces are in the business of outflanking them, taking them from the rear, using our attack helicopters, using our advanced technology. I would tell you that one of the things that has prevailed, particularly in this battle out here, is our technology. We had great weather for the air war, but right now and for the last 3 days, it's been raining out there, it's been dusty out there, there's black smoke and haze in the air. It's an infantryman's weather. God loves the infantryman, and that's just the kind of weather the infantryman likes to fight in. But I would also tell you that our sights have worked fantastically well in their ability to acquire, through that kind of dust and haze, the enemy targets. And the enemy sights have not worked that well. As a matter of fact, we've had several anecdotal reports today of enemy who were saying to us that they couldn't see anything through their sights, and all of a sudden their tank exploded when their tank was hit by our sight. So that's one of the indications of what's going on.
Or are you saying though?
Very tough, very, very tough air environment. Obviously, as this box gets smaller and smaller, okay, in the bad weather, it gets tougher and tougher to use the air, and therefore the air is acting more in an interdiction role than any other. Back in the back, yes, sir.
Yes, General, French journalist, could you tell us why the French, who went very fast in the desert in the first day, stopped in Salman and were invited to stop fighting after 36 hours?
Well, that's not exactly a correct statement. The French mission, okay, on the first day was to protect our left flank. What we were interested in is making sure we can find this battlefield, both on the right and the left, and we didn't want anyone coming in and attacking these forces, which was the main attack, coming in from their left flank. So the French mission was to go out and not only seize Al-Salman, but to set up a screen across our left flank, which was absolutely vital to ensure that we weren't surprised. So they definitely did not stop fighting. They continued to perform their mission, and they performed it extraordinarily well. Yes, sir.
When Iraq's Air Force disappeared very early in the air war, there was speculation they might return to provide cover during the ground war. Were you expecting that? Are you surprised they never showed themselves again?
I was not expecting it. We were not expecting it, but I would tell you that we never discounted it, and we were totally prepared in the event it happened.
Have they been completely destroyed? Where are they?
There's not an airplane that's flown. I'll tell you where there are. A lot of them are dispersed throughout civilian communities in Iraq. We have a lot of indications. We have proof of that, as a matter of fact. Yeah, right here.
How many divisions of the Republican Guard now are you fighting? And any idea how long that will take?
We're probably fighting on the order of... We fought, there were a total of 5 of them up here, okay? One of them we had probably destroyed yesterday. We probably destroyed 2 more today, and I would say that leaves us a couple that we're in the process of fighting right now. Yeah.
Could I ask you 2 questions? First, did you think that this would turn out? I realize a great deal of strategy and planning went into it, but when it took place, did you think this would turn out to be such an easy cakewalk as it seems? And secondly, what are your impressions of Saddam Hussein as a military strategist?
First of all, if we thought it would have been such an easy fight, we definitely would not have stocked 60 days worth of supplies on these log bases. So, as I've told you all for a very, very long time, it is very, very important for a military commander never to assume away the capabilities of his enemy. And when you're facing an enemy that is over 500,000 strong, has the reputation that they've had of fighting for 8 years, being combat-hardened veterans, had the number of tanks and the type of equipment they had, you don't assume away anything. So we certainly did not expect it to go this way. As far as Saddam Hussein being a great military strategist, he is neither a strategist, nor is he schooled in the operational art, nor is he a tactician, nor is he a general, nor is he as a soldier. Other than that, he's a great military man. I want you to know that. Back here.
I wonder if you could tell us anything more about Iraqi casualties on the battlefield. You said there were large numbers. Are we talking thousands, tens of thousands? I mean, any more scale that you
No,
can give us?
I wish I could answer that question. As you can imagine, this has been a very fast-moving battle, as is desert warfare. And as a result, even today when I was asking for estimates, every commander out there said, we just can't give you an estimate. It went too fast. We've gone by too quickly. Yes, please.
You went over very quickly the special operations folks. Could you tell us what their role was?
We don't like to talk a lot about what the special operations do, as you're well aware. But in this case, let me just cover some of the things they did. First of all, with every single Arab unit that went into battle, we had special forces troops with them. The job of those special forces was to travel and live right down at the battalion level with all those people to make sure that they could act as the communicators with friendly English-speaking units that were on their flanks, and they could also call in airstrikes as necessary. They could coordinate helicopter strikes and that sort of thing. That's one of the principal roles that they played, and was a very, very important role. Secondly, they did a great job in strategic reconnaissance for us. Thirdly, the special forces were 100% in charge of the combat search and rescue, and that's a tough mission. When a pilot gets shot down out there in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by the enemy, and you're the folks that are required to go in and go after them, that is a very tough mission, and that was one of their missions. And finally, they also did some direct action missions, period. Yes.
General, there have been reports that when the Iraqis left Kuwait City, they took with them a number of the Kuwaiti people as hostages. What can you tell us about this?
We've heard that they took up to 40,000. I think that you probably heard the Kuwaitis themselves who were left in the city state that they were taking people and that they have taken them. So I don't think there's any question about the fact that there was a very, very large number of young Kuwaitis, males, taken out of that city within the last week or two. But that pales to insignificance compared to the absolutely unspeakable atrocities that occurred in Kuwait in the last week. They're not a part of the same human race. The people that did that the rest of us are. I've got to pray that that's the case. Yes, sir.
More about that?
No, sir. I wouldn't want to talk about it.
Could you give us some indication of what's happening to the forces left in Kuwait? What kind of forces are they, the size, and are they engaged at the moment? The three symbols.
You mean these up here?
No, the ones in Kuwait, the three symbols to the right.
These right here?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure they're here, okay? I think they're probably gone, okay? Because we had picked up a lot of signals of people. There's a road that goes right around here and goes out that way, and I think they probably more than likely are gone. So what you're really based with is you're ending up fighting these Republican Guard, heavy mech and armor units that are there, and basically what we want to do is capture their equipment.
Kuwait, then. So in fact, they are all out of Kuwait. And
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if there are not pockets of people all around here who are just waiting to surrender as soon as somebody uncovers them and comes to them. But we're certainly not getting any internal fighting going on across our lines of communication or any of that sort of thing. Right here.
General, not to take anything away from the Army and the Marines who made breaching maneuvers.
I hope you don't.
But many of the reports and the pools we've got from your field commanders and the soldiers were indicating that these fortifications were not as intense or as sophisticated as they were led to believe. Was this a result of the pounding that they took that you described earlier, or is it they were perhaps overrated in the first place?
You ever been in a minefield?
No.
All there's got to be is one mine, and that's intense. Okay, there were plenty of mines out there. There were plenty of barbed wire. There were fire trenches most of which we set off ahead of time, but there were still some that were out there. The Egyptian forces had to go through fire trenches. There were a lot of booby traps, a lot of barbed wire. Not a fun place to be. I got to tell you, probably one of the toughest things that anyone ever has to do is to go up there and walk into something like that and go through it, and consider that while you're going through it and clearing it, at the same time you're probably under fire by the enemy artillery. That's all I can say.
Was it less severe than you had even expected? I mean, were you expecting even worse?
It was less severe than we expected, but one of the things I attribute that to is the fact that we went through extensive measures to try and make it less severe. Okay, and we really did. I didn't mean to be facetious with my answer. I just got to tell you that is a very tough mission for any person to do, particularly in a minefield. Yes, sir.
General, is the Republican Guard your only remaining military objective in Iraq? And I gather there have been some heavy engagements. How would you rate this army you faced from the Republican Guard on down?
Um, 'Cause Raiding an army is a tough thing to do. A great deal of the capability of an army is its dedication to its cause and its will to fight. You can have the best equipment in the world, you can have the largest numbers in the world, but if you're not dedicated to your cause, if you don't have a will to fight, then you're not going to have a very good army. One of the things that we learned towards right prior to the initiation of the campaign that of course contributed, as a matter of fact, to the timing of the ground campaign is that so many people were deserting, and I think you've heard this, that the Iraqis brought down execution squads whose job was to shoot people, okay, in the front lines. And I got to tell you what, a soldier doesn't fight very hard for a leader who is going to shoot him, okay, on his own whim. That's not what military leadership is all about. And so I attribute a great deal of the failure of the Iraqi army to fight to their own leadership. They committed them to a cause that they did not believe in. They all are saying that they didn't want to be there. They didn't want to fight their fellow Arab. They were lied to. They were deceived, and when they went into Kuwait, they didn't believe in the cause. And then after they got there, they had a leadership that was so uncaring for them, okay, that they didn't properly feed them, they didn't properly give them water, and in the end, they kept them there only at the point of a gun. So I can't, now the Republican Guard is entirely different. The Republican Guard are the ones that went into Kuwait in the first place. They get paid more, they get treated better, and oh, by the way, they also were well to the rear here, okay, so they could be the first ones to bug out, okay, when the battlefield started folding, while these poor fellows up here who didn't want to be here in the first place bore the brunt of the attack. But it didn't happen. Yes, sir.
Could you tell us something about the British involvement and perhaps comment on today's report of 10 dead through friendly fire?
Yeah. The British, I've got to tell you, have been absolutely superb members of this coalition from the outset. I have a great deal of admiration and respect for all the British that are out there, and particularly General Sir Peter de la Billière, who is not only a great general, but he's also become a very close personal friend of mine. They played a very, very key role in the movement of the main attack. I will tell you that what they had to do is go through this breach in one of the tougher areas because I told you they had reinforced here and there were a lot of forces here, and what the Brits had to do was go through the breach and then set up the block so that the main attack could continue on without forces over here, the mechanized forces over here, attacking that main attack in the flank. And that was the principal role of the British. They did it absolutely magnificently, and then they immediately followed up in the main attack, and they're still up there fighting right now. So they just did a great job. Yeah, right here.
These 40,000 Kuwaiti hostages taken by the Iraqis, where are they right now? That's quite a few people. Are they in the line of fire? Do we know where they are?
No. We were told, and again, and this is a lot of this is anecdotal. Okay, we were told that they were taken back to Basra. We were also told that some of them were taken all the way back to Baghdad. We were told 100 different reasons why they were taken. Number one, to be a bargaining chip if the time came when bargaining chips were needed. Another one was for retribution because, of course, at that time Iraq was saying that these people were not Kuwaitis, these were citizens of Iraq, and therefore they could do anything they wanted to with them. So I just pray that they'll all be returned safely before long. Yes, sir. Right.
General, the other day on television, the deputy Soviet foreign minister said that they were talking again already about rearming the Iraqis. And there's some indication that the United States as well believes that Iraq needs to have a certain amount of armament to retain a balance of power. Do you feel that your troops are in jeopardy finishing this off when already the politicians are talking about rearming the Iraqis? How do you feel about that?
Well, I certainly don't want to discuss, what the deputy foreign minister of the Soviet Union says. That's way out of my field. I would tell you that I'm one of the first people that said at the outset that it's not in the best interest of peace in this part of the world to destroy Iraq. And I think the President of the United States has made it very clear from the outset that our intention is not to destroy Iraq or the Iraqi people. I think that everyone has every right to legitimately defend themselves. But the one thing that's come through loud and clear over and over and over again to the people that have flown over Iraq, to the pilots that have gone in against their military installations, when you look at the war machine that they built, that war machine definitely was not a defensive war machine, and they demonstrated that more than adequately when they overran Kuwait and then called it a great military victory. Yeah.
Before starting the land phase, how much were you concerned by the Iraqi planes coming back from Iran? And do we know what happened to the Iraqi helicopters?
No, that, as I said before, we were very concerned about the return of the Iraqi planes from Iran, but we were prepared for it. We've been completely prepared for any type of air attack that the Iraqis might throw against us, and oh, by the way, we're still prepared for it. We're not going to let down our guard for one instant, so long as we know that capability is there until we're sure that this whole thing is over. The helicopters are another very interesting story, and that's we knew where the helicopters were. They traditionally put their helicopters near some of their other outfits, and we tracked them very carefully. But what happened is, despite the fact that the Iraqis claim that we indiscriminately bombed civilian targets, they took their helicopters and dispersed them all over the place in civilian residential areas just as fast as they possibly could. But quite a few of them were damaged on airfields, those that we could take on airfields, but the rest of them were dispersed. Back here.
Yes, General, I'd like to ask you, you mentioned about the Saudi Army forces. Could you elaborate about the role in the first day? I mean...
about what? I'm sorry, sir.
The role of Saudi Army and the role from the first day?
Yeah, the Saudi Army, as I said, the first thing they did was we had this marine attack that was going through here, and of course we were concerned about the forces over here again hitting the flanks. That's one of the things you just don't want to have happen to your advancing forces. So this force over here, the Eastern Task Force, had to attack up the coast to pin these enemies in this location. The forces, again, the Saudi forces over in this area were attacked through here, again, to pin all the forces in this area, because we didn't want those forces moving in this direction, and we didn't want those forces moving in that direction. That's a tough mission, okay, because these people were being required to fight the kind of fight that the Iraqis wanted them to fight. It's a very, very tough mission. I would point out it wasn't only the Saudis. I tell you, it was the Saudis, it was the Kuwaitis, it was the Egyptians, it was the Syrians, it was the Emiris from the